To go. Who are we missing? Yep, okay, that's right. Okay, sweet. Okay, I declare the ordinary council meeting of 18th of June 2025 open at 3:43. I remind all present that mobile phones must be switched off before the meeting and that the meeting is being recorded and live streamed. Wingecarribee Shire Council acknowledges the Gundungurra and Tharawal people as the traditional custodians of this land. I pay my respect to the traditional custodians, their ancestors who cared for this country for many thousands of years, and their elders and descendants who continue to care for country. I'd also like to extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders peoples, including those here today. Councillors, you are reminded of the oath of affirmation of office made under section 233A of the Act and your obligations under Council's Code of Conduct to disclose and appropriately manage conflicts of interest. We do have an apology. That's our first apology, General Manager. It is for Councillor Heather Champion for the 18th of June 2025 Council meeting. Could I get a seconder, please? Councillor Duffy, all those in favour? Sorry, I'll put the motion. Carried unanimously. We now move to the minutes, confirming the minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of May 2025. I'll take these as read. Could I get a seconder, please? Councillor Kent. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Russell.
In the minutes of the Traffic Committee meeting, I have an association, but there's no significant interest. I'm going to declare and remain.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other declarations of interest? Great. We have no mayoral minute today. Councillors, I'll move a procedural motion that we resolve that the order of business be changed in order to bring forward the following items by exception and that the officer's recommendation for each item be adopted. The items I would like to deal with by exception are 9.2, 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, 9.10, 9.13, 9.16, 9.17, 9.20, 9.21, 9.22, 9.26, 9.27, 9.28, 9.29, 9.31. Are there any items within this list that I've just read out that you would like to speak on or vote against? Okay, I'll get a seconder for that. Councillor Kent. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Councillors, I will move a further procedural motion that we bring... sorry, if you'd just give me a few seconds to fix my paperwork and then we'll move another procedural. Sorry, got that. Councillors, I move a further procedural motion. We have a few members in the audience tonight. We're going to bring forward item 10.1, notice of motion, the Wingecarribee Local Environmental Plan. We'll bring that to the start of the meeting. Could I get a seconder for that? Councillor Kent. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Okay. I can jump straight into that, can't I? Read that for me. Okay. General Manager, I'd just like to table before getting into this a letter from the Minister, if I can, please.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, before you move this motion, I have a couple of concerns. Are you aware under Part 4 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979, many functions of council regarding development are not exercisable by the councillor or the mayor?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I'm just concerned with the nature of this NOM. So if we're not, I guess I'll ask you directly, the purpose of changing this planning instrument to affect an individual development, is that what you're attempting to do with this NOM?
No, it's not, and I actually intend to move it with a change. Would you like me to move it with a change, and then you can have a
Okay.
discussion?
Only because when the speakers at the beginning, they were speaking about you sort of talking about their development and they're worried about development going further or the next one going further, and they are assuming this NOM is there to stop that particular thing from happening. Is that not the case?
That might be a case study, but it is not the principle behind which I'm putting this notice of motion, no.
Okay, okay, all right. Okay. Well, yeah, look, I'm still quite concerned. I'll, if it's seconded, I have many more questions, but sure. Would you like to move your motion?
Yes, I would like to move the motion with a change that I have sent through to governance. I'll read it out.
Sure.
So the first is that council urgently consider an amendment to the Wingecarribee Local Environment Plan 2010 to remove Zone R5, large lot residential, from the land use table for group homes to be permitted with consent, with this report to come back to council at the next ordinary meeting. And 2, that council writes to the New South Wales Planning Minister, Paul Scully, to seek an amendment to the housing SEP to have Wingecarribee Shire removed from Section 60B.
We'll just wait for the words to shoot up there. So I'll just get you to confirm the words on the screen for me, please.
It's not quite right. There's just to the end of 60B, full stop. I just sent those. Yeah, thank you.
Where did that go? Happy there? Are they still?
Thank you.
Okay, good to go. Okay. Councillors, also, this is our first planning matter, so everything just of note will be recorded on how we do vote and how we don't vote. And that has to be tabled, kept as a ledger by the General Manager, and that's the same for all planning matters, but just letting you know that's our first one. So how you vote will be recorded, not just in the minutes, but in a separate document. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell.
Colleagues, I have 3 concerns about what's happening in Wingecarribee Shire Council regarding development at present. The Phillip Street situation is but a case study, an example. The 3 concerns that I'm attempting to address with this notice of motion are firstly, ensuring that we have the infrastructure to support the development and that we support our local housing strategy, which is signed off in collaboration with the state government. The second is the need to have local knowledge in decision making. The mechanism of complying development makes a mockery of the wisdom that is local knowledge. The third is to protect our green between and the unique and distinct character of our towns and villages, which is an intent that we hold very dear, and we have all been asked and elected upon that intention. So one of the key concerns that I have heard since running for council in 2021 was that our community wants to see the adequate infrastructure planned to support new development and growth across the Southern Highlands. Also, that people in an area were not being consulted in any way about development that's happening, which can cause complex and costly issues when that time-honoured wisdom we call local knowledge is not consulted. We understand the need for a diversity of housing options, and that categorically is not the issue here. This proposal supports the intentions in our local housing strategy, developed in partnership with the state government, that ensures we have the infrastructure available to support development because we have designated areas and strategies identified for growth. The increased accessibility of complying development approvals to facilitate housing growth at state government levels creates risks for our infrastructure that are arguably unmeasured and therefore unmanaged at this juncture. It is much more challenging to assess cumulative environmental impacts in that situation, as is our obligation in Sydney's drinking water catchment under 6.6.1F of the SEP Biodiversity and Conservation to ensure that we have a neutral or beneficial effect on our water catchment. In another area of our LEP, we have to ensure that we are satisfied that we can connect, that we have the capacity for any development that's approved to connect to critical infrastructure. It's not reasonably satisfied. We need to be satisfied. Our obligations as a governing body are challenged by the concept of complying development. In the Southern Highlands,
Thank you, Councillor.
we are here, sorry.
I'll get you to wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll wrap up. We are elected to represent our community on council and provide them a voice. Equally, we as a governing body have a responsibility to advocate to our state government for the needs of our community. It is not relevant whether the minister has written a letter to council administrative staff.
Thank you.
It is not relevant. This is our voice. As a governing body, we have not made this request to represent and advocate our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, I just have some questions. Why is it urgent in your mind? And I understand the residents' frustration, but again, just referring to under Part 4 of the Environmental Planning Act, as in what is within our control legislatively, irrespective of this, and I know it can be frustrating. What is the urgency? Because it's been in the local environment plan since 2010.
Thank you for your question. So I'm actually looking, with the second part of this motion, where I'm looking to amend the SEP from complying development to comply with our local housing strategy so we can monitor exactly how much development
what's the urgency I'm asking?
Yes, that's what I'm answering.
Okay, thank you.
So we can monitor how much development. I'll give you a case study for Mittagong sewage treatment plant.
Councillor, we're not talking about, I was asking the urgency of this particular motion in relation to this motion. Why is it urgent is what I'm saying to you.
So group homes, they allow more people in an area than we perhaps had factored in. We are already operating one of our sewage treatment plants over capacity. Our ability to measure that with complying development is negligible. One of the questions that I asked of staff in preparation for this meeting... What is the
urgency about this, Noam? I'll ask one more time and then I'll move on. Have you got a direct answer, a succinct answer as to why it's urgent?
Yes, to comply with our responsibilities as a government body for risk management in accordance with the Biodiversity and Conservation SEP 2021, when it talks about our responsibilities for assessing cumulative environmental load, and it also in the LEP, I think it's 10.12B, but I would have to check, when it talks about that we have to be satisfied that we have the capacity for the infrastructure, because our local, this is not, we can do this to satisfy those
Thank you,
those needs.
Thank you, Councillor. General Manager, I have a few questions again. How many DAs for group homes have been lodged across the Wingecarribee since the inception of this WLEP?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll ask the Director Communities and Place to respond to that. Thank you.
Through you, General Manager, since 2010, the inception of the LEP, there's been 8 DAs lodged for group homes, none of which apply to R5.
So there's been none in R5?
None in R5.
Right, okay. If this NOM was not before Council, General Manager, would Council still be reviewing this particular item in the LEP, and if so, when?
Yep, Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager, staff have offered to review the permitted use with consent of group homes in R5 as part of our next housekeeping LEP amendment, which is a routine process that all councils go through year on year, which will occur in the forthcoming financial year. And it simply addresses items generally that need to be fixed as housekeeping, and we've offered to include that in that. And I'll stress that it is a review of the permitted with consent use. It's not saying we will delete it.
Okay. General Manager, is it the case that under the SEP, any zone that permits dwelling homes can also be considered for group homes?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe so, but again, Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager, this is a critical point, and what I'll say is for anyone, even someone who deals with planning every day, planning in New South Wales is very confusing. I think I even saw a quote from the Minister recently stating that. What I'll say is there's a hierarchy of legislation, and in this instance, the SEP housing, State Environmental Planning Policy Housing, prevails over our LEP. And quite clearly, in section 61 of that SEP, it describes a prescribed zone for group homes, okay? And what that says is it refers to section 60 B, okay? And it says, another zone in which development for the purpose of dwelling houses or multi-dwelling houses may be carried out with or without consent. Now, it talks about dwelling houses, okay? This is a residential zone. It is not a rural zone. It's a residential zone. And it's a dwelling house it's talking about. It's not talking about a group house. It's saying group houses are permissible when dwelling houses are permissible. Then you refer back to the standard template of LEPs that all councils are required to comply with. And for R5 zones, in the standard template for all LEPs in New South Wales, for R5, a mandatory use is dwelling home. So we cannot delete dwelling home from R5, and dwelling home under the SEP allows group homes.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, General Manager, can I refer to the letter tabled by me today, advice from the Planning Minister dated on the 5th of June. It states, New South Wales Government does not intend to limit the permissibility of group homes where dwelling houses are permitted. To me, this reads that the Minister has no intention of altering the SEP on this matter. Would that be your interpretation?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That is both Mr McCabe and my interpretation. Mr McCabe, do you wish to add to that?
No, that is my interpretation.
Thank you. I'll speak to this. Councillor, as I said at the top, I'm deeply concerned about being involved in this personally under Part 4 of the Environmental Planning Act. I do not wish to get into the world of influencing individual development. And as far as urgency, 8 applied for ever, none in R5. With the Minister's letter, I don't see any point in sending a letter to Paul Scully, considering he's literally just written to us, so I will be voting this NOM down. Would anyone else like to speak to this?
Actually got some questions.
Got some
Mayor?
questions?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. So, through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, if we elected to write to the Minister to seek the amendment to the housing SEP to have Wingecarribee Shire removed from Section 60B, and the Minister, in his wisdom, as we are Sydney's drinking water catchment, thought to agree with us, would that mean that we were no longer susceptible to complying development for dwelling houses or group homes?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Mr McCabe is our expert in planning. I'll ask Mr McCabe to respond to your question, councillor.
Through you, General Manager, I do have some experts that report to me, but I wouldn't say I am the expert in planning. I'm not sure about the relevance of drinking water, to be honest, and infrastructure. I'll first address that. I do know that there's some capacity conversations going on with our Mittagong STP, but I do know that there's a new Barrel STP being delivered, which I believe has plenty of capacity. So I'm not sure what the drinking water and STP capacity really has to do with the question. However, what I will say is that if the Minister, for some reason, and you refer to wisdom, I'm not sure how wise a Minister is, but currently in Section 60B of the SEP, he does not exclude or mention any of the individual 128 New South Wales councils in that clause. So I would be really curious as to why our Minister would give our Shire special treatment for the SEP, which applies to the whole state, compared to every other council.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Russell.
Mr Mayor, through a question through you to the General Manager, are council staff aware that in that particular chapter there are already some exclusions for particular areas such as bush fire-prone land, land identified as coastal vulnerability area, land to which Chapter 5 applies, and so in the same way that a simple addition could be put in, say, the following local government areas?
General Manager.
Take Councillor McCabe. Mr McCabe's point about why would our local government area be different. What you've listed in terms of bushfire and other land attributes don't necessarily apply to the whole LGA, but I'll ask Mr McCabe if he wishes to add anything further.
For you, General Manager, all I'll say is every lot in every shire in Australia has its own inherent features and external features which have to be considered as part of any consent for any DA. So whether it be biodiversity values mapping, bushfire prone land, infrastructure, it all has to be determined. Now, in New South Wales, the legislation allows three ways for things to be developed. One, exempt, so you don't need any consent. Two, complying development, which I note that there was an address in Phillip Street mentioned today, but apparently it's a case study. That is complying development, where the responsibility is a private certifier who is regulated by the Department of Fair Trading, not by council. We can complain about a private certifier, but we can't regulate them. And third is via a development assessment.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Can I ask a question of Councillor Russell in relation to this? Councillor Russell, you seem to have an issue with group homes. Could you give your definition of a group home and why you seem to have particular issue with group homes in Barradoo specifically? So I'm interested in your viewpoint.
Thank you so much for that question, because I realised I didn't actually address some of that in my response to the Mayor. With group homes, I think our wonderful community representative from Barradoo answered that quite appropriately. one of the reasons that in many areas group homes are not considered appropriate for R5 is that there isn't the suitable infrastructure available that in terms of public transport, footpaths, easy access. Now, I have had advice that when this initially, when the idea of having group homes was slated, there was a lot of consideration about metropolitan areas, but not so much about what the implications might be in a regional area. So ensuring that we're tidying up this little piece of our own paperwork ensures that when we're actually being diligent in making sure that we're thinking about what development is appropriate for what area, and we're also so that's the nub of it. Okay. Yes.
Councillor Smith, follow-up question?
So, Councillor Russell, you didn't really give a definition of group home. So, through you, Mr Mayor, could I ask through the General Manager, specifically what is a group home?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager. Sorry, Councillor Smith, I don't have it at hand. I've got plenty of things in front of me, but not a definition of group homes. But I would concur that what Mr Hammond said earlier about social disadvantage, etc. Now, a group home can range in relation to use. So some examples could be a domestic violence shelter. It could be some residents with severe intellectual disability. It could be someone with mobility issues. It doesn't have to be at all anyone with mobility issues. It could be an affordable housing solution. Group homes, because it's a broad definition about social housing and disadvantaged housing, can cater for a wide range of uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Some questions to the General Manager through you, Mr Mayor, please. If we were to give effect to Roman numeral 1 of this motion, would it have any effect at all? Because I understand even approving that, it doesn't change how group homes are assessed, whether they're permissible or not.
General Manager.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor, and I will go back to Mr McCabe, but I would also just draw Council's attention to SEP, and the SEP overrides Council's planning policies. So, Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager. The hierarchy of SEPs overriding LEPs and the 60B of the SEP, which says dwelling home in any zone. So dwelling homes are permissible in some of our rural zones. A group home could go in there. Applies, okay? Now, in relation, what I would say is, can a group home be prohibited if you change it in the LEP? Right? So if you switch it from permissible with consent in the land use table in R5 to prohibited, it won't prohibit it because the SEP in the hierarchy of planning instruments overrides it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just my second question,
questions?
please. So, moving to Roman numeral 2, sorry, this is quite a technical matter. My assessment of what if we were to approve Roman numeral 2 of the motion would be to basically seeking an exclusion in all of the Wingecarribee for the permissibility of group homes. Is my interpretation correct?
General Manager.
To you, Mr Mayor, it may be a question for Councillor Russell with respect, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, General Manager. No, it won't, because we still have group homes permissible, as many other councils do in the R2, R3. There's a whole list of, and I'm sure our excellent staff member Michael McCabe could clarify, it's just the R5 zone where it's unusual and we've opted in to that option. So in conjunction to clarify that it just means that with group homes, council gets to have a say. It will go to our planning department or to our local planning panel so we can consider local knowledge. Neighbours can have input into decision making.
Thank you. Did you have anything else further to add to that, General Manager?
Mr McCabe may well.
I'm a bit of a wordsmith. When you're really dealing with planning legislation, you have to be. So looking at Roman numeral 2 and the way it's written, right to New South Wales Planning Minister Paul Scully to seek an amendment to the housing SEP to have Wingecarribee Shire removed from section 60B. Now, the way it's written, I would say that is for all zones in our entire shire.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I thought, thanks.
Councillor Martin.
We're having a very philosophical discussion about hypothetical situations, but the elephant in the room is that the matter at hand is Phillip Street. And
Sorry, Councillor, you asking a question or
I
speaking?
am leading to a question. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
can you
Mayor.
get to the question, please.
The question I have is to the Director, Mr. McCabe. With your knowledge, through you, Mr. Mayor, with your knowledge of this particular development, would you say that the residents in the facility would have lack of amenity, lack of well-being because they're seniors living and they're not actually close to footpaths, they're not close to shops, they're not close to public transport, and it's actually not fitting the usual definition and the features of other group homes as we know it?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I will ask Mr McCabe to respond to that. Thanks.
Through you, General Manager, my direct answer to you would be no. It's a group home complying development proposal. It actually hasn't been certified yet for 7 rooms of converting an existing dwelling. Now, your question, you ask around mobility and impact with age and seniors housing. Again, a private certifier certifies this. Council do not. So I cannot say it's a seniors housing development. Okay, that is up to the private certifier. Second, I think even if it did house elderly, I don't think that would be inconsistent with the demographic of that suburb and our shire. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Moylan.
A question through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Russell. Actually, I withdraw that. A question to you, Mr Mayor. Could we table the Honourable Minister Paul Scully's letter dated the 5th of the 6th and the Honourable Member of Parliament Judy Hannan's letter dated the same date, which I understand or I know has been circulated to all councillors?
We tabled the
We've already tabled it?
first
Great,
one, but we'll
perfect.
table the second, I believe. Okay, it's attached. Okay. Yep, sweet.
Great, we're on the same page, no pun intended. Through you, Mr Mayor, my question to the Director. On the Honourable Minister for Planning's letter, in his letter, in paragraph 3, the Honourable Minister states, I can confirm that group homes are only permitted on the R5 zoned land due to the permissibility of dwelling houses under the Wingecarribee Local Environmental Plan 2010 LEP. They are permitted with consent in the land use table of the Wingecarribee LEP. My question is this not clearly a matter for the Wingecarribee LEP?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, back to Mr McCabe, but he may want to revisit the dwelling house provisions on zones. Thank you, Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager, the group home permitted with consent use of VCLEP was established by this chamber back in 2010. It's been in place since then. My understanding is the development of that LEP started in 2005, so we're talking 20 years ago. So that use has sat legislated for 15 years, let's say. Now, that is what it is. Now, what the Minister simply has confirmed in that paragraph is the fact that the LEP permits group homes in the LEP, which is fact. Now, even if you prohibit group homes in the LEP, the housing set prevails, which says 60B, any zone which permits dwelling homes, group home can be developed. Now, I'll revert back again to the Minister's requirements when developing standard instrument LEPs for all councils in New South Wales. For R5 zone, a mandatory use is dwelling homes. So you cannot delete that.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Can I seek a point of clarification? Councillor Moylan made the mention that this is about Phillip Street. However, I do not see any mention of Phillip Street, and to my understanding, we're not the planning panel, and so our role is not to be looking at specific developments. Can I seek clarification on that, please?
Yeah, look, I'll just touch on it. That was my hesitancy under Part 4 of the Environmental Planning Act at the beginning, that it's about affecting an individual development. Would you like to clarify position on that involvement in that development and this treatment to all R5?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith, thank you for the question. I think we need to, as Councillor Smith raised, to understand more thoroughly the concept of group homes and understanding the features, the benefits and the disadvantages, particularly when they're in a certain area. One example is Phillip Street. I think we as a council need to truly understand and decide if we want group homes in our shire.
Okay. Councillor Russell.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, there's been mention that a review is taking place on the definitions of what is permissible in group homes. Are you aware of that?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to take a little step back, as the Director mentioned, we'll be undertaking housekeeping amendments to the LEP in the 25-26 financial year. And as part of that, and to Councillor Moylan's point around group homes, that will be canvassed and consulted as part of that, whether the community and the council want to see change at that strategic level within the LEP. And as council would also be aware, we're doing significant work around the DCP, which again is at that more strategic level. In terms of a review of the definition of group homes, Mr McCabe, are you aware of any state government review of that definition?
No, not any definition itself, just review of group homes in New South Wales. So in relation to detail, other than a regional manager confirming with me when I asked about the status of any review and what is being considered, the only response back was around domestic violence shelters and the ability to deliver those for the needs of communities across New South Wales while still trying to keep them confidential because of the occupants that they house and protecting those occupants. That was the only feedback.
Okay, thank you. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Through you, Mr Mayor, a question, point of clarification to Councillor Russell. In Roman numeral number 2, removed from section 60B, Wingecarribee Shire removed from section 60B, are we referring to all complying developments?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Moylan. At this point, I believe so, unless there's any other like granny flat accommodation that might be excluded. That would be a question for Mr McCabe.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay. Councillor, would you like a right of reply?
Thank you. This is a new space for all of us. And one thing that I have really appreciated through this journey of this notice of motion is being able to have a clear and open conversation about what development is happening in our shire, how development is happening, what effects that the development is having when it's complying on our local residents. I've been concerned that there's been any notion that anyone who's been concerned about some development that's all of a sudden happening next door to them is in any way a NIMBY. I think that we need to be very aware that it's alarming when we're not consulted about things that happen right next door to us. We buy into an area expecting a certain neighbourhood amenity, and then when that changes overnight without being discussed, it's alarming. And the fact that before this motion, a lot of the conversation about this was behind, just in an email chain, and it wasn't aired out in the community. We're going to have a lot more of this with the way that the housing targets are structured. If we ensure that we get complying development back in-house now, so we've got the wisdom of local knowledge, then we're going to be better off as a shire in our outcomes, because it's not a quick and dirty process anymore. It can be a considered process. And I will say again to all of you, our responsibility as councillors is to represent our community. Then there is another step. Our responsibility as a governing body is to advocate for our community to the state government. This proposition has never been placed to the state government by our governing body. A question has been asked by staff. It is not the same thing. I put this motion to the House.
Thank you. I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Russell, Councillor Maul, all those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That motion is lost. Okay. Did you guys want to stick around for the rest, or? Thank you. Thank you. If you could please leave respectfully, that'd be nice. Thank you. Thank you. No respect. Okay. Where are we up to? Up to number 1, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I have to table 2 items before we enter this next amendment. Next motion. We have a letter from Miles Lockhart, is that correct? And we have a letter from Kim and Ben Cottle. And they have been, I believe, circulated with the councillors. Okay. Okay. Next up, we have item 9.1, delivery program, resourcing strategy, financial strategy, operational plan budget, including fees and charges, post-exhibition report for adoption. Can I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Smith. And a seconder. Councillor Kent. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I would like to say, I'd like to move this as per the officer's recommendations with no changes, please. I'd also like to make the point, this is a really important moment for us as a council, and I think that, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Coordinator of Strategy and Business Improvement, Shaylee McCracken, CFO, Pav, Kuzmanowski, and also Director of Corporate Strategy and Resourcing, Shelley Jones, the GM and the broader team. This is 9 months worth of very hard work, a lot of engagement with us as a council, as newly elected councillors, so thank you for your patience with us. I think these are comprehensive strategies, plans and budgets. I think that by passing these, it marks us coming out of the performance improvement order, and I think it marks a new stage in council. I'm incredibly proud of the work that has gone on in here, and I really look forward to us as councillors getting out of the way and allowing the team at council to get on with their job. Bear in mind that these things are organic and moving, and of course anything can change at any time. So, but I think it really sets a great course for us. I'm very proud of the work here, so I'm very happy to move this motion as is.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
It's hard to beat that, but as a seconder, I'll just have a few words to say. I agree with everything Councillor Smith said. Also, just to point out that, I think she sort of mentioned this, that the documents in front of us have been drafted, redrafted, fed into, all councillors have had opportunity over many months to feed into them. And it's important that in the middle of June, that to be able to get on with operating business on the 1st of July, that we respect the process we've been through in the last 3 months and the opportunity everybody's had to input to it. And I note I spent quite a bit of time encouraging community members to review this full suite of documents. Some of them, very esteemed, very experienced ex-public servants. And they really couldn't, they couldn't sort of put a hole in it. I'm saying, come on, tell me, are there things which we're missing? And they couldn't put a hole in it. So I've read the public feedback. There are a few individuals about particular items, but nothing structural. So I commend the material to my fellow councillors, and I thank the staff for their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell, I think you went first.
I would like to move an amendment.
Go ahead. You've got your words there, please.
Thank you, Dan. Does the governance official, it's the, I can send it through again, it's the one which identifies, separates out each document. No, that's not, sorry. Yep, that's the one.
Okay, that's the one.
If you want to second it, I'll speak.
Can I just confirm, Councillor, before we go into seconding that, so it's identical in every way, you've just put numbers, is that correct?
That's correct. It's identical in every way. I've just separated out.
And you'll
each.
speak to why that is?
Yes.
Okay. Could I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell.
I concur with the submission of Chen from Mittagong that these documents play a vital role in shaping the direction of our community over the coming years and deserve the highest standard of scrutiny. By separating each item in the suite, we can elect to pass them in seriatim, thus making it clear to the community who are listening and watching which item we are discussing or proposing to amend. It enables a clear critique of each key document. Our delivery program identifies one of our 4 key focus areas as financial management, with a continued emphasis on robust processes and the delivery of best value services to meet community needs, to reflect where we can make the most impact during our term. This proposed amendment enables this intention to manifest.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm happy to speak to this, then I'll seek some other speakers. Where I sit is they deeply inform one another, and I like to see them in a suite. I don't support separating them out. because they do so deeply inform, and then to not procedurally get in your way. You still have the ability to move any amendment you like to any item you like within, so it won't take away from your procedural ability. And so I think that's all I need to say there. And yeah, I do like them connected because they are deeply connected. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Kent.
I didn't know you were going to say that, but I concur.
Okay. All right, anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Moyle.
I support Councillor Russell's amendment there. I think there's a lot of documents that we're reviewing, and I think separating them out like this makes it easier for any councillors to make any amendments that they might wish to make for each section.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
I would like to speak against this. I don't agree with this approach, given that councillors have the opportunity to speak to each item. I would like to remind perhaps the Mayor that we do have a massive agenda, and other councillors, we have a massive agenda to get through today. I'm very mindful we try and be efficient, and I'm just concerned with adding extra detail and effort unnecessarily.
That's noted. Okay. Okay, anyone else like to speak to this? I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffel, Councillor Duffy, apologies. Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is lost. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell, did you have?
I've got questions.
Okay, fire away.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, what items in the recreational walking track strategy adopted in 2020 have been actioned?
General Manager.
Yes. Through you, Mr Mayor, Mr McAllister will outline the work that we've done on the various trails in terms of signage and accessibility, and I'm sure when he finds his list, he'll be able to itemise those for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, General Manager. Yes, since 2020, Council has been working on a number of trails, predominantly that being the Boxvale Trail and the Glowworm Glen Trail, in addition to some minor works on Mount Gibraltar. There has been, I guess, a focus in trying to improve wayfinding, so signage, being able to find the tracks and navigate along the tracks, and also in regards to accessibility, so removing fallen trees, obstacles that may actually impede access along the path. Looking forward into our capital works program moving forward, the focus moves a little bit more towards 40-foot Falls Trail, Katoomba Lookout Trail, and the Mount Alexandria Trailheads.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I would like to move another amendment from submissions.
Okay. So did you have a question, Councillor Moylan, or you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment.
Okay. All right. We'll treat Councillor Russell's amendments and we'll move on to yours. That's all good? Okay. Is there any other questions on the main body of it? Okay. Sweet. Fire away with your wording, please, Councillor Russell.
I will, and I'll also just say I have a lot more questions and a number of amendments before we put this to the vote.
Within your amendments?
No, not within my amendments, separate amendments.
Okay, that's okay.
And a lot more questions on the main body that I attempted to separate out.
And you want to
so
do
the
your amendments and then maybe ask questions, or you want to ask all your questions now?
I want to ask questions alongside amendments so that people know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Fire away.
So the amendment that Council include the following additions to the delivery program. Under CSP Strategy 1.1.1, promote healthy and active lifestyle choices, add delivery program actions 1.1.3 DP3, collaborate with South West Sydney Local Health District to promote population health outcomes. 2, under CSP Strategy 1.1, promote healthy and active lifestyle choices, add delivery program actions 1.1.1 DP4, promote healthy food and drink options at Council's events and facilities. 3, under CSP Strategy 2.2.2, provide diverse and affordable housing options. Under Delivery Program Actions 2.2.2 DP1, progress implementation of the Wingecarribee Local Housing Strategy with regards to diverse and affordable housing. Add measure 15% of all new dwellings are social and or affordable homes. I'll just check, did governance get that last? I just did send it through
might
again.
just-
Did that come through? I'll do it again. Send.
It'd be great if we don't have to do that one off the floor.
You
It's
don't.
involved.
It's sent.
There we go. Let's get you to quickly check that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll start before I start
Let's get a
speak.
I'll just get a seconder, please. Councillor Moyle and Councillor Russell.
Before I speak, I've got some questions. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. Is South West Sydney Local Health District already included in our list of partners anywhere in the IPNR documents?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe they're listed as a partner in the Community Strategic Plan. Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I'll talk to the motion now.
Okay.
The amendment, sorry.
Yep.
I want to ensure that our community feel like when they take the trouble to put in submissions, or particularly our partners, more significantly, take the trouble to really thoroughly consider our documentation and make very reasonable suggestions for improvement, that we take that up, and it would save an enormous amount of time in terms of us as councillors if we knew that those sensible solutions were being adopted when they align with our objectives, and it actually potentially opens us up to resources and strategies. We know that when something is in a plan and it's not funded, it doesn't necessitate that we do it, but if we put it in the plan, it means that we open up a pathway that opens us up to sharing the load with our partner organisations. So through this amendment, I acknowledge council responses for some areas which clarify that action is enabled through strategies or existing collaborations, and those I have excluded from this amendment because I felt that they were already covered. What I have selected out are other areas that are listed above where it was clear that we could enhance or refine our approach or measurement. These deserve to be included as part of our commitment to a model of continuous improvement.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got a bit of an issue. Do you know what the state average of affordable and social housing is currently?
I know that this was recommended by our partner, and so I was taking that up as a measure of aspiration.
Okay, because it's 4.6 and 15% is a very... Do you know the ramifications of attempting to apply 15% on LHS? Do you know, like the enormous ramifications, I should say, of that?
Mayor, it's an aspirational measure, and I think that we should aspire to do better in this space. Particularly if we have an agenda to support families and young people in our shire.
Oh, look, noble cause. It would be nice, but yeah, it's quite the figure. Okay. Councillor Smith.
I'd also like to speak to that. Adding 15% of all new dwellings as social or affordable seems to contradict Councillor Russell's previous point about not wanting group homes here, which I would class as social. 15%, an effective tripling of the state average seems a very brash and naive thing to do and would have massive impact on this shire. So I'm strongly against this amendment.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this?
Sorry, point of clarification through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith. I have never said that I am against group homes in the shire. I am supportive of taking out complying development, and that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor, for clarification. Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Duffy.
I just have a question for Councillor Russell. Would you lower the 15%?
Thank you. I would welcome an amendment. No, I can't. So, yes, I would. I do. Is that my remit? Do I just change
The
that?
council has the ability to change her amendment.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Duffy. Yes, I would be happy to take that down if that's the game changer. Yep.
And I believe we are below the state average. I don't have the figure off the top of my head. And I'll just ask before we do this with the General Manager, the LHS is a very significant document. Is this, I mean, to me, it doesn't seem like the right place to be doing this. I'll just get your clarification or governance that this cannot reside in here, because I'm not, it's a bit above my head at the moment.
You're right. Mr Mayor, I might just make a couple of comments. So in 2.2.3, on page 138 of the attachments, it does talk about an action in terms of implementing the local housing strategy. And within the local housing strategy itself, it talks about, page 22 to 24, it talks about providing affordable housing, including bonus provisions. So it doesn't necessarily set a target, but it clearly articulates that it's a priority for this council to look at affordable housing within the LHS and LSPS, local strategic planning statements. Mr McCabe, do you wish to add to that?
For you, General Manager, all I'll say is in relation to the documents in front of you, for top of my head, I think it's page 25 of the operational plan, which is 248, I think, of the attachments. It has a reference 1.4.2.1, which states the action for this year to be done by March 2026 is review existing land use strategies, plans and policies, including the local strategic planning statement and local housing strategy, to confirm they support the retention and growth of a younger demographic and align to the outcomes in the Wingecarribee 2035 Community Strategic Plan. So that review has to occur, and from that review there might be recommendations around affordable housing and all other recommendations.
Okay. Councillor, you still happy? Do you still want to leave that in there? I'm not extremely comfortable with it in there, considering we are going to review it. Would you consider taking that out? I mean, it's going to come up again in the chamber, is what I'm saying. Evidently.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
A question to through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. As we have no current measure, would it be appropriate that we put in a measure of the state average in line with an objective of having smart, things that are measurable in terms of how we measure things?
In the CSP, General Manager?
Through you, Mr Mayor, in the Community Strategic Plan, we have indicators around housing provision already.
Okay. And look, not to be onerous on everyone, under the, you've got here promote healthy lifestyle choices and add in, again, not necessarily against these items, but are you suggesting we add on top these, or you want to take something out? Because this will be, I'd love to do everything, but this is adding on more actions for the staff, which means more money that's not accounted for. Are you suggesting we add these on top, take these out? Because, yeah, someone's got to do this, and whilst they look great, the budget's already is currently before us.
I very carefully selected, Mr Mayor, things which didn't have budgetary implications. So if it's a game changer, I will take out the measure, and I look forward to including a measure in the review that we do. So, that's more collaborative and informed, clearly, and in line with our objectives. But nothing else that I included in there actually has a budgetary implication.
Okay. Would you concur with that, General Manager, that there's no major budgetary incursions?
Yep. Thank you, Mr Mayor. In relation to 9I, I think it is, or 1, Roman numeral 1, that is fine. We can accommodate that within staff work plans. In terms of 9, Roman numeral 2, With the promote healthy food and drink options at council events, there's no issue having that in there, although what I would say is that it's easy to manage that within vendor agreements or at that very operational management level. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So you're happy to move the other stuff, the bottom? Okay. All right. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Would you like a right of reply, Councillor? It's an amendment. Oh, you don't have a right of reply, thank you. Okay, I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Kent, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith. That is carried unanimously. I also didn't read the names out. Okay. We are back to the original motion. Sorry? Yep, that has now become the motion. So you would have you had a further amendment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Read the votes.
I'll just, it's the governance framework amendment, the officer governance. If you can find it, or I will send it through. I'll read it out while they find it. That council include the following governance framework elements in future integrated planning and reporting documents for exhibition. 1. A gap analysis on asset maintenance and service provision to align with agreed service levels across all 3 pillars: financial, human and physical assets in table form. 2. Categorisation of assets and categorisation of actions and asset renewal by priority, e.g. Tier 1, critical, Tier 2, high impact / important, Tier 3, desirable. 3. Smart indicators, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound for each action, and that also identify key performance indicators on major projects. 4. Provide details of the reasoning in developing the above prioritisations. 5. Include, no, that's it actually.
Okay.
Just the 4. Yeah, so you can take out,
Okay.
did I leave in 5?
Time are we tracking? 5, 6, 7:30. 6, 7. How many amendments did you have, Councillor? All up, roughly?
For this one, for this 9.1, I have 3, 4, 5 more.
5 more, okay. And Councillor Moylan, do you have one? How many did you have? 2, okay. Okay. Look, I'm very conscious of time and getting through. We have quite a fair bit highlighted. Oh, it's here. Sorry. Where am I? Under item 10.24, despite clause 10.22, the council may resolve to shorten the duration of speeches to expedite the consideration of business at a meeting. I move a procedural motion that we reduce speaking to 1:30. It was currently at 3 minutes. Could I get a seconder for that? Councillor Kent. And I'll put that to the vote. Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is carried. So, councillors, we now have 1:30 to speak and you can still speak as much as the procedure allows. You're only limited to how the amount of time at which you're speaking. Okay, we've got the words up.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
I have been very patient waiting for this discussion amongst councillors. On indulgence, I would request that I have my full 3 minutes for my amendment.
The resolution of the council is such. Sorry, councillor. Good to go. Those words okay, Councillor Russell?
They are, thank you.
Okay.
If documents in the IPNR framework are easy to digest, then the ability of councillors to satisfy their governance and oversight responsibilities is greatly improved, and council as a whole is better off when we are all able to discharge our governance roles and responsibilities. I was appreciative of the input of Chen into the agenda meeting. Over the consultation period, I have consulted a number of governance experts, and I actually ran this amendment to them yesterday, and this seems a sensible way forward for our commitment to good governance.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Kent.
Could we have it back on the screen, please? So, question to the General Manager through you, Mr. Mayor. So, these items, we have an existing governance framework. We're all familiar with that. And that governance framework has material reporting on assets, et cetera, So my question is, what does this add when we've got an existing framework?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll provide a response, and then Ms. Jones may wish to add to it. What I would say is that the concepts in terms of the gap analysis, the indicators, they're embedded in the suite of the IPNR documents that the council has either endorsed through the CSP. You'd be aware that there's a suite of indicators and measures in there. And also embedded within the delivery program, which is before you today, and the operational plan, which is before you today. Both those two plans include measures and times for delivery. So what I would say is that those concepts are embedded already within those documents. In terms of Roman numeral 10.1, where it talks about service, where are we? Sorry, don't jump. Service provision. That is something that is contained within the draft financial strategy, which is again before the council today, where as an action in next proposed is to look at undertaking strategic service reviews, prioritising discretionary services whilst balancing community services obligations. So very much looking at those service levels. So again, that's in one of the documents that is before you today. Ms. Jones, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, General Manager. Yes, I would. Respectfully, I would like to respectfully note the Council has undertaken a significant body of work over the last 12 months to build and align this integrated planning and reporting suite to the Office of Local Government Guidelines, the Local Government Act, and also Wingecarribee 2035, the Community Strategic Plan that Council adopted earlier this year. The structure, language and formatting of the documents have been designed to align with legislative expectations, sector best practice and community readability. So throughout this process, councillors have had multiple opportunities to provide input and shape the output, if you like, so both the content and the structure. So while I acknowledge the suggestions Councillor Russell has put in place, I believe those underlying themes, prioritisation, strategic risk management and outcome tracking are already embedded in the framework and in the documents before you. However, in saying that, in terms of a gap analysis and a numerical prioritisation framework, potentially Director of Service and Project Delivery may have something to say about that. However, I also believe that there are other matters Councillor Russell has raised that we can consider as part of a future continuous improvement program, which councillors will work on closely with us over their term, actually. And to the General Manager's point, we already have an action in the operational plan and also embedded in the financial strategy and delivery program to look more closely at service planning and service levels over certainly the next 12 months, but not even over the next 4 years. So my recommendation to councillors is that the officers is no change to the documents, but to note that it is a continuous improvement program, and I thank Councillor Russell for highlighting that, and that we don't actually impose this as a rigid requirement at adoption stage.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much for that response. It reflects my understanding that as a group of 9, we've been on a kind of development journey of these documents, working with the staff over many months. And I'd urge the other councillors to vote this down because there's really nothing missing. We are on a continuous improvement journey. There's no need to do the knee-jerk reaction and add extra things in here. What we're really trying to do today is to get through the budget so that we can move on with July. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
I support Councillor Russell's amendment here, and through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to, it's not a question, but a acknowledgement of the flexibility of thought that the director's just shown, and that we can always improve, and I really appreciate that extension. I particularly like the last section in this amendment regarding the prioritisation of projects and the above. I think there's definitely an opportunity for councillors to be more involved in the prioritisation of how we spend our money, and I commend that particular section.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Councillor Russell.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Just a clarification to the General Manager and the Director of Governance, and I acknowledge the amount of work that has gone into it, I really do. But when you say embedded, is that embedded nature articulated so the public can see how we prioritise at present?
General Manager.
Through Mr Mayor to Ms Jones.
The very nature that we've articulated actions in the plan is in and of itself a prioritisation exercise, in my view.
Thank you. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, those against? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. Okay, we revert back to the original motion. You want to fire away with your next one, Councillor Russell?
Thank you. I will send it again through to governance so it's really, if they can't see it. Sorry. It is on the finance strategy. If you want to get a heads up, Danielle, and you can find it before I can send it to you. Yep, send that. The finance strategy be deferred to enable the GM to bring back a report to Council at the July 2025 meeting with consideration of the following policy intention under opportunities to be included in the finance strategy. 7.4, harnessing the true value of partnership with community spirit. In line with the intention to explore opportunities to partner with community organisations and/or community members to increase operating revenues, identified in 6.2.3, addressing the gap between the desired state and the current state, Wingecarribee Shire Council has the potential to greatly enhance and extend its ability to resource services and maintain assets if, as a first principle, Council seeks partnership with community members who are willing to voluntarily contribute their time, resources and expertise prior to engaging consultants where it can be demonstrated that 1. The voluntary contribution from community members will not result in personal financial gain that would not have been present if Council had hired a consultant. 2. It is demonstrated that the pro bono work has been satisfactorily completed in a professional capacity previously by the individual or group. 3. The options are brought to Council to decide upon the same basis as that of a consultant. And 4. Where the required work could be managed through the creation of a sunset working group with volunteer community representatives that the GM provide a report to Council.
Thank you. Okay, can I get a seconder for this? Okay, that is... Councillor Moyne, you're seconding? Okay. Councillor, would you like to speak to your motion?
I've said it
Sorry,
before.
your amendment. Apologies.
Thank you. We exist in a local government area the size of metropolitan Sydney with a low rate base. We struggle to maintain our current services to agreed service levels. We do our best. We need to maximise our potential to harness the resourcefulness of the community at every point as a key core element of our finance strategy if we are going to get back on top of our budget. We lost our way, I believe, during administration when we outsourced literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to consultants from out of area. Even simple things like our Heritage Committee that existed before administration, we were able to utilise amazing expertise in our local community rather than pay for a consultant. You know, if we count the pennies, we'll be able to save so much money. It's an excellent strategy. It can apply across the board. It's worth exploring. Excuse me, and that's all this amendment seeks to do. It's that we defer it so we can explore it and adopt it. There's no imperative. We're not in the next financial year yet. We've got a year. So we've got a month to explore this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll speak. Councillor, as I said at the beginning, these are deeply embedded in each other. I have no interest in deferring anything, and I'm more than happy with the work we've done over 9 months. So I'll be voting against this. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Duffy.
I like what you're trying to do, Councillor Russell, but I just don't agree with deferring the financial strategy because I just think that what we've got in it is great.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. I will now put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. Fire away with your next one. We're back at the original motion, and you have another amendment, Councillor Russell.
I do.
Okay.
It is Amendment 1, and I did think yes, but it's easy to dictate. That amendment that funding currently proposed for the master plans for rewilding Mittagong Pool and Barrel Swimming Centre be allocated to the budget for footpaths.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Can I have a seconder for that? That has lapsed for want of a seconder. Back to the original motion. Can I have your next one, Councillor Russell?
Yes, this is... I've got a question first.
Go ahead.
It's on the fees and charges.
Mm-hmm.
There's been submissions through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. There's been submissions made to me that in regards to hiring council facilities, there are issues with the fee being calculated on 10% of the gross sales as compared to 10% of the net sales.
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think Ms Jones can clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager and Councillor Russell. I'm actually going to seek some clarification, Councillor Russell, in relation to specifically what fee in the schedule.
That's a fair call, Shelley, sorry. It's in regards to the hire of the Bowral Memorial Hall.
I can confirm, Councillor Russell, that there is no, particularly for community groups, that potentially that submission was referring to last year's fees and charges schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's an excellent clarification. The next amendment then is that Council investigates the formation of a collaborative sunset working group for Bowral Memorial Hall involving current and potential stakeholders to create a business case for the sustainable operation of Bowral Memorial Hall with a report back to the July Council General Meeting.
Okay. We got that up here? I move a procedural motion that we have a 5-minute break. Anyway, just so everyone go to the toilet, probably Duffy, seconder. All those in favour? For a break? Carried unanimously. We'll resume at 5:15. Yeah. Okay, I'll resume the meeting at 5:18. Where we left off was we were back in the middle of Councillor Russell's amendment. And on the screen, happy with the wording there, Councillor Russell? Okay, can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell.
This amendment comes from submissions from the community, from the user groups, who really want to see our Bowral Memorial Hall thrive and survive as a community asset. I think that the timing of adopting a collaborative sunset working group involving current and potential stakeholders is really timely as we're looking at our leasing and licensing property. This is an underutilised, underused asset, and it's been identified to me that by just simply doing this one thing, we could really have an informed strategy and business case to make sure that we're making the returns on this investment and wonderful asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy.
I just have a question. Is this work currently being done by council staff?
Councillor Manager, General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Jones, could you please outline to Councillor Duffy what the team is working on? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Duffy. Confirming that initial data collection is underway in terms of utilisation of hours, span of use, etc. However, I will bring to Council's attention that we do have an action in the operational plan next year to undertake some modelling in order to create a sustainable facility that obviously it is important we get the Bowral Memorial Hall settings right for the broader community and the users, and certainly in the context of financial sustainability, which I believe is the intent of Councillor Russell's amendment. That said, I think we've already indicated in the officer responses to the submissions that consultations will be a really key part of any informing strategy moving forward. I think it's too soon, frankly, to lock us into a specific model. And I would caution council to actually resolve that way tonight, on the condition that, please note that it is our intention to involve and engage with the users, and not only current users but future users of that facility as we embark on this work in the next 12 months.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like to speak to this? Councillor Smith.
I have a question for Councillor Russell. I have no idea what a collaborative sunset working group is. Could you clarify?
So, to be clear, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Smith, we're investigating that collaboration. It's been feedback from the users that, to them, they would appreciate this approach, and so it's.
Sorry, Councillor.
So in terms of investigation, terms of investigation, it would be reaching out to stakeholders and finding out what might that look like, and what might that potential be, so we could inform our council property leasing and licensing property, which we are currently looking at. We're putting out on draft for public exhibition now, so that we have all that information in a timely manner for that.
Councillor Smith.
Sorry, perhaps you didn't hear me. My question was, what is a collaborative sunset working group? Like, I don't know what that is.
Thank you. Sorry. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith. So the sunset means that it's got a timeline on it. So once it's done its job, it then dissolves. The collaborative is it's a real collaboration to incorporate the input from the community and seek that input and direction. And the working group is, that definition would be established through the investigation.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Foley.
A question to Councillor Russell, if I can. Can you explain the timing of bringing forward this request at this point in time?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. The intention of bringing it forward now was that as soon as possible, we make sure that we're on the right track to start realising the potential of this asset, particularly as we are looking at the council leasing and licensing policy going out on public exhibition. So this is actually complements that approach, and the sooner we start to leverage this asset, the better.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan.
I fully support this amendment of Councillor Russell's. I think it's a perfect opportunity to properly engage the community. This was the second highest priority from all of the 8 years of the community surveys is community engagement. And I also fully support it because it would be a nice lead into what is already planned by Council, as the Director explained. And I also think we need to give the community confidence that we are looking towards revenue generating assets rather than what the community's already explained to us is very difficult to book and isn't always fit for purpose.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I'd like to thank the Director Corporate Strategy and Resourcing for her explanation. And I've read the council staff response to the feedback on this particular item. I encourage the other councillors to vote in along the lines of the process that the council already has underway. I know that basically we can't do everything in, straight away. And this sort of thing is a process. There's good steps outlined in the response to the public submissions. They've been outlined by the Director Corporate Strategy and Resourcing, and I urge you just to follow that path. Thanks.
Yeah, look, again, I'd love to do everything for everybody. However, this is work that would have to undertake. We would need resources for that. Those resources currently don't exist. So, again, there's lots of noble ventures here. However, it is yet another resource that we would have to add in. So I'm happy to stick with the framework we'll maybe hopefully adopt today. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to speak against this amendment. Again, I'd like to caution councillors from going against things that are already in play and pulling out individual items. I concur with the Mayor, that we have asked the team to have really clear strategies, do things as efficiently as possible. I feel uncomfortable cherry picking specific items randomly. There are many extensive needs within our community and they must be handled in a strategic way, and that is the job of the team in my view.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan, you have a question?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Russell. Your thinking behind the word investigate and bringing a report back, is that because, Councillor Russell, you're wanting to feel out whether this is a good option and would be receptive with the community, or are you looking at already assigning resources to this and spending money and time?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Moylan. It is very much an investigate as an approach and direction, and also a surety that to the community that we're really looking at constructive ways to include their feedback when we're adopting these documents today, and as it stands, they don't feel like we are productively, despite the fact that there are intentions in future documents, they want to know now that this sort of strategic approach might be investigated and what the potentials and resources might require.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Farrell. All those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is lost. We revert back to the original motion. Did you have another amendment, Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. I did. That Council identifies an additional fee waiver in the fee schedule where a ratepayer is entering an application to self-fund road repairs under section 138 on a stretch of road they require to access their place of residence or business.
Is that wording okay?
Yes.
Could I get a seconder for this? Councillor Moylan. Councillor, actually, I better ask, sorry to cut you off there. General Manager, individuals doing road repairs under 138, I know it's, could you just comment on me, again, it's...
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll ask the Director Service and Project Delivery to talk about how that may happen, but also in terms of fees associated with section 138, exactly what that fee is and why it's required. Thank you.
Sorry, point of clarification, it's place of residence or business was in the, thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor. So a section 138 fee is detailed in our fees and charges, and it's calculated based upon a type of road service, the activity undertaken, and then based upon a calculation of the square meterage of impact, okay? So it would differ if you're doing a road opening on a footpath or a road opening on a road or repairing a road. But essentially it's there to protect public assets against third-party works. Now, most time a 138 is used, it's usually used through a development type process where improvements to roads may be needed to actually facilitate that. The wavering of the fee or the fee element or the fee charge is ultimately there to ensure that there's a due diligence process undertaken, that anyone doing the work still has an element or complies to the design standards, goes through a process of certification, and any works that are actually undertaken are done to the appropriate construction standards for the work that they are actually doing to ensure that the asset that is returned back to the community is fit for purpose and doesn't place us at any increased liability.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak to this? Sorry.
I don't think I've spoken.
You haven't spoken. Apologies, I forgot to ask
That's
questions.
okay.
Go ahead.
So, as councillors, I would like to acknowledge all of the community members who've emailed us in despair about the state of their roads, that they need to access their properties, and it's something that we as councillors, we don't have control over individual circumstances or individual roads other than our direction in prioritisation of the delivery program, and it's acknowledged that we have a very large shire in a lot of roads. And it has gotten to the point where the advice that, you know, I've had to say to some people is, well, if that's the timeline that council has, there is the option of doing those road repairs at your own cost if you need it. One case recently was someone selling their property, and they knew that if the actual road, because of a marriage separation, and they knew if the road was impassable to get to their property, then that would reduce their house value. They just needed it fixed. It wasn't on our timeline for years. But if we're enabling, we're not talking about council covering the costs of the road repair, but if we can just take away any barriers to say, look, if we're in this straits, if you have the resources to fix that stretch of road, then we're going to waive our council fee as our small concession to actually supporting you getting that work done. And that's the intention behind that. I think that's a wonderful way that we can, in kind, support roadworks to extend our ability to get our roads up to scratch.
I don't understand this, I'll be honest. I've no idea. Might be a joint question to Councillor Russell and the GM. So you're saying that if somebody puts in an application for a 138 to fix a road, so usually in my experience it's the crossover between a property and like a driveway crossover. Are you saying that if they undertake their own crossover, we waive the fees, or if they fix their own crossover, are you talking about the road that goes past them to put in a 138 application to have that fees? I'm completely lost.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for your question. It's always good to understand what we're looking at. I'm simply talking about the council fee that is in the schedule at present. And I'm just talking about road repairs. I'm not talking about someone building a new house or development and, you know, that cost of applying as part of bringing in the new development. What I am talking about is when someone says, I want to fix the road. It's usually a road that needs grading, and we had an incident that because there's this...
So you are talking about a stretch of a road that runs past a house? But like they might drive, it's their road, they put in a 138 to fix that road. You're saying that, firstly, General Manager, is that possible?
Sorry, to clarify, Mr Mayor, it's Council's road.
Correct.
And there's one incident
when I
that
mean
was
their road, I mean Council's road.
It was Council's road, and on one incident, we want to encourage people to comply with the 138 in order to do their own road repairs, because in one incident on Wombian Caves Road, someone who didn't put in a section 138 but decided to do it themselves because they were so frustrated, caused immense damage, more cost to council, and they had neighbours who were actually looking at doing the right thing and putting in a section 138. But we want to make that right process good and easy to do, and we want to say, look, we're helping out this way to support you.
Look, I'd still, General Manager, so someone can currently apply for a 138 to fix a road, any council road. Am I lost here, or like?
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor. No, you're not lost. It's possible. I'll just ask the Director to explain the mechanics of it and what the Section 138 does. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, so as I said before, Section 138 allows work to be undertaken on our asset, right? And there are a range of reasons that someone may want that to actually occur. Most of the time it occurs in relation to a development, okay? The fee is there to provide a level of governance and assurity against, right, the quality or to ensure that there is a quality of works and a suitable outcome. Councillor Russell used an example in Wombian Caves Road. I know it sounds like a simple example, but the reason why we go through that application process is to ensure that the correct materials are used to the correct standard, that the works method is to the correct standard, the correct compaction rate, that it doesn't cause any flow-on impacts to other assets that we may have. In addition, it still covers off on things, I'm going to say general due diligence around the safety protocols and traffic control and so forth.
Okay. So, Councillor...
So point of clarification. So it's the process, like through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, just going on what the Director just said, but it's not the fee that ensures that, it's the process that ensures that.
So
is that correct?
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, if I may. So Councillor, is what you're aiming to achieve is to encourage people to talk to council before they undertake any roadworks?
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. What I am hoping to achieve is that people do comply with applying for a Section 138 process, and in order to in this particular instance about road repairs, that we thank them for their initiative by waiving the fee for the services attached.
I get that part of the concept part of it. What I don't understand, so you're saying that if I can just paint it out with you, if your driveway is here to your home, you're saying if there's 15 potholes on that road, you want someone to be able to put in a 138 to fix that road, and you're saying when they do that, you want to waive the fees for them to undertake that work.
That's correct.
And you're aware of people submitting 138s to do this regularly?
I'm aware of two circumstances when people have, no, three actually, where people have said, "What can I fix my road myself?" And I think that if this option, if people knew that they could do this, I think that this would be uptaken a lot more. We have, people might have financial resources and they feel like council's like acting like a cartel, we'll control when you do it, but we shouldn't be doing that. We should say, okay, look, we do have limited resources.
Thank you for clarifying my question. So gentlemen, I'm going to need advice because I guess I don't know that this is happening. I don't know how. Again, I'm slightly lost. I guess what I'll ask you is, what would be the professional advice in this thing? I don't like messing with fees. I don't know where I sit with amending road. Again, noble cause. Not saying I don't want to see it happen, but I'm very conscious that it's. I would need some technical advice here, if you can provide that, or a professional opinion. Maybe not. I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if the council was of a mind to do it and to test this with the community, so what the director has said is it's possible. However, if the council was of a mind to do this and was looking to waive a fee, it would need to go through a separate exhibition period, because we can't just decide not to charge a fee. So the advice from the CFO is that under section 610E of the Act, we would need to separately exhibit this if council was of a mind to do it. It would be interesting to know what the take-up would be, but there would still need to be, as the director said, due diligence around it, because at the end of the day, it is a public asset used by the public, and whatever work is done would need to be assured as safe and appropriate and not impacting on any other properties. There's a lot of risk with it.
Then, point of clarification, I could actually amend this to add it to go out on public exhibition for consideration.
You can do that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, could I get governance assistance with wording up what that would look like, please?
I'm just concerned we're departing from what we're meant to be looking at. Like, I mean,
the fees and charges.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's not just the fees and charges. It's a considerable undertaking. And I mean, look, it's for another day. I wouldn't mind discussing it, but anyway, I'll speak to it after this.
For point of clarification, there are a number of fees and charges in this that we are actually putting out for public consultation. So it can just simply be added to that.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just get the words up before we keep going. So you've got your amendment there. Councillor Farah, did you have a question or?
Just for clarification, how much is the fee we're looking at?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jim, while they're putting up that wording, I'll re-look that up. I'm sorry, I didn't take that down in my notes, but there is a fee.
Councillor Smith.
I have two questions. One, I assume if there are fees there, they are there for a reason, and based on what Director of Service and Project Delivery said before, there would be costs involved in that. Is that the correct assumption, General Manager, through the Mayor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So the fees are there to cover the time that staff take to undertake that work. I think I got cut off at the end of what I was saying before. There is significant risk in doing this because we are, under this potential amendment, we are transferring the responsibility to a third party. So there would be a lot of focus from the service and project delivery team to ensure whatever work is done on a public asset is to the standard that's required. So there is risk with this.
Okay, Councillor Farrell.
I've just been informed that the fee is $302. So we're spending a lot of time on $302. Okay. Can't we get on with it?
Councillor, is that you're happy with the wording there of your change? Okay.
Thank you. I am.
Yep. Okay. Look, I'll speak this. I don't see this as a small change. I see this as quite a big, involved, risky change. I don't feel comfortable with it. So, anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
I think this is quite inspired. I think this is out-of-the-box thinking by Councillor Russell. I agree that we're not quite there and that the risk and liability absolutely needs to be addressed. But I do think that I can see where Councillor Russell is going with this. And this is how great ideas are born. So I would like to actually address this in another forum or in another way, another public exhibition. I fully support this, and I think we've got a ways to go, but if we can make this work and tick all the boxes, then it'll be a great achievement.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Smith.
So just to get the picture correct, if I'm a wealthy landholder, I have a road coming into my property, I've got plenty of money I'm willing to pay to fix it. Through the Mayor to the General Manager, what happens there? Is this what the type of scenario we could be dealing with here? And we're saying, okay, we'll waive the $300 fee?
Through you, Mr Bear, that's a possible scenario. The Director may wish to add to that.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Just to clarify it, so there is a range of fee and charges listed within the fees and charges schedule, and sorry if I didn't articulate it that well earlier. It's based upon different activities and different road service. So a gravel road is much cheaper than a tar or concrete road, as you can imagine, because of the supporting infrastructure. For example, if I was to pick on gravel road, because we've used it in an example, the fee is $137 per square metre. Okay, so depending upon what level of, I guess, size of road you wanted to grade, it would be a cumulative charge based upon that. So 10 square metres would be around about $1,000. As part of that process, obviously you need to put in all the relevant documentation in the sense of the construction method, what you're going to replace it with. If you get quarried materials, you would be required to put in the certification of the quarry material and that it meets the certain standards. There may be testing involved required. Again, not so much on a gravel road, but certainly on some of our asphalt and other roads, there may be testing results that you would need to provide as part of that. And that whole process is there and geared around ensuring that we get a safe and reliable product at the end of the day. Now, waiving the fee, so the fee is there for effectively cost recovery to actually facilitate that process and make sure that the asset that we get is effectively the same asset that we would build ourselves or any other person would build because it's to the Australian standards, okay? So waiving the fee, yes, it effectively does give an in-kind support to the community, but it doesn't address the resource impact. So you will still have people having to go and facilitate that review of all the designs and standards and the construction methods, acceptance of the asset afterwards, and that will have a budgetary impact.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kent.
Look, again, I sort of agree with the Mayor on this. It's a noble cause, but it is the tail wagging of the dog. And we think we're doing something good potentially, but we're just going to end up in debate about what is self-funded road repairs, whether it's appropriate for this particular person, whether it's a development with 100 subdivision. We're trying to solve a problem which is, we've got one or two people saying, oh, I wanted to do road repairs and therefore didn't do a section 138. I think we're trying to solve a problem which, we've got 50,000 residents and we're tying ourselves in knots. We'll spend more money on the exceptions, on the consultation process, on the assessments. It's just not worth it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor
I've got questions, sorry, Mayor. Okay. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, I've got two questions. The first would be, would you agree that there's no risk in putting this out to public exhibition to explore further?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and taking on board the Director's comments before, what I would suggest is if the councillor of a mind, we can bring back a further report outlining the implications and including the risk, the financial implications, and then council make a considered decision based on that, because at the moment, and taking Councillor Kent's view, we're doing it on the fly. which is not a wise thing to do, in my opinion. And I think if the council wants to look at this, we bring back a further report outlining how it could look and the implications. Thanks, councillors.
Councillor Farrell.
Sorry, I will take on the General Manager's advice in that a further report be brought back to council to... So rather than publicly exhibited, it seems like I hear that the General Manager would prefer that it was done for risk management, as that a report be brought back to council.
Again, I'm just conscious that we're departing well away from our
It's all about the fee schedule that we're adopting. And then we can look at it in July.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yep. And
Councillor Kent, you had a question?
Just a point of clarification, we would be moving the existing, because we're in the middle of June and a fee schedule needs to apply from the 1st of July. Am I correct in assuming what we're talking about is moving the existing schedule, undertaking this piece of work, and then if this piece of work reveals that it's a valid thing to do, then we go back and amend the fee schedule. We're not proposing to put a fee schedule out on the 1st of July, which is incomplete.
Sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, you're correct. Councillor Kent, we would need to look at adopting the fees and charges today, and then we will aim to bring back a further report, if depending on the wording there, Councillor Russell, a further report to come back to council on the opportunity for ratepayers to undertake self-funded road repairs under section 138. Subject to council's decision on that item, then we would go out for exhibition, and if there were changes, i.e. waiving fees, then that could be considered as a change to the fees and charges. So fees and charges can be changed throughout the financial year as long as we follow the correct process.
Yes, Mr Mayor, can we put this to a vote without further debate?
I believe we can. I'll just double check that wording's finalised. Councillor Russell.
thank you.
Okay. I'll now put the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Vuffy, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. Those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. Is lost. Do you have any further amendments, Councillor?
I do believe it's Councillor Moylan's turn.
Okay, Councillor Moylan, can I get your words, please?
Certainly, Mr Mayor. So in point number 2, starting with adopt the delivery program, my amendment is after attachments 2 to 6 to this report, subject to the Mittagong Pool rewilding design, monies of 110,000 be abandoned in the 2026/2027 budget. And reassessed after council hold a public forum with all user groups, including Sydney Water, the EPA, and presenting a full business case and feasibility study.
Okay, happy with that wording?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then there's more coming.
Yep.
In point number 5. Authorised loan borrowings of 35 million. And then making Barrel STBP upgrade A, please. Yes, deleting that. And making Mossvale STB B, and then making C Mittagong Playhouse, open brackets, general fund, close brackets, $4,300,000 loan to be deferred and reconsidered for the 2026/2027 financial year after the total costs are understood. Full stop.
Okay. Happy with that?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, could I get a seconder for that? Councillor Russell. Councillor Moylan.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to request an extension of my time to talk to 3 minutes.
We'll move a procedural motion to allow Councillor Moylan, a 3-minute speaking time. All those in favour? Sorry, seconder. Councillor Russell, all those in favour? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Smith. Carried.
Thank you very much. Firstly, thank you to the staff for their dedication in delivering these suite of documents. It has been inspirational to watch the dedication and commitment and expertise of all of our staff. Mr. Mayor and councillors, whilst I endorse this budget on the basis it is a reality that we need a budget, these amendments have been suggested for the following reasons. Where will we get the funds for the Mittagong rewilding and the playhouse refurbishment? We don't have the total costs understood for either of these projects. The total cost has not been budgeted, and therefore we don't know where we'll get the funds for them. The Mittagong rewilding project has $110,000 in the budget, but where will the additional $7.9 million come from? The Mittagong Playhouse has $8.6 million in the budget, of which half is a grant and half is a loan. The tender will come back undoubtedly more than what has been budgeted for. This is why we need to defer the budgeting of them until we have done the full due diligence. Secondly, a $40 million loan is significant, and whilst the sewer upgrade is necessary, the playhouse is not. The $4.3 million loan will put unnecessary pressure on our operating position, our asset investments and cash levels for the next 20 years. Even if we have factored into the budget the loan repayments, if an urgent need arises requiring a loan, we will likely be over the debt service ratio, risking our ability to make repayments. Mr. Mayor and councillors, overall we need greater financial transparency with the greatest of respect when deciding on the priority of services. The cost of each service needs to be shared with the councillors so that they can make informed decision making. Likewise, key information such as the loan in the order of $40 million needs to be fully presented to councillors earlier in the process, including the repayments, the rate of interest, the length of the loan, the balance of the funds, and what will happen if another need arises and we need to take out another loan. With respect, the staff recommendation for reallocation of funds needs to be made earlier. Councillors will recall it was only a little over a month ago that I requested the exact same thing for existing funds to be reallocated to the roads over a month ago, and it was voted down as being reckless and too late in the budgeting process. Today, we are being asked to do the same thing in reallocating existing funds for the Mittagong rewilding the barrel pool and the sewerage upgrade. On the same day we're being asked to endorse. We need this information to be presented to us earlier to make quality decisions.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Kent.
Okay. I'd urge the councillors to vote this down. We can go and have a look at the tape we can save time and have a look at the tape from last meeting. We've been through this. I'll be brief. I think the councillor's misunderstanding the Mittagong pool rewilding. The 110,000 is about looking at a master plan and feasibility. It's not about what happens next. There's no commitment in the budget about future monies. And to stop that project will just create another problem. We'll still be left with a pool in the ground and no solution. So it's no solution to hold back $110,000. And this decision was made last month. And if we reach a situation where we make decisions of council every month and then the next month the same councillors bring those things back because they're not happy, it's going to be a very, very long 3 years. In terms of the Mittagong Playhouse, this idea of deferring the 4.3 million, it's my understanding that doing that deferral would jeopardise the grant funding that we've received from the federal government. So through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, I'd like clarification on that point.
General Manager, so the deferral would jeopardise the... What's the question?
Yeah, yes, it would,
okay.
Councillor.
Okay. Then there was a comment about something about monies committed for barrel pool by Councillor Moyle, and I can't see that in this motion or the amendment. And then, finally, the Mittagong Playhouse has been waiting for years. We've done a lot of diligence around this, including before the current council. To miss the opportunity to actually do this properly by jeopardising federal funds we'd look stupid. Basically, we've applied for a loan based on a grant, not a loan, a grant, on the basis of approved plans by council. And now we just come along and say, oops, we've changed our mind. And, that process we put you through, we don't want to do that anymore.
Thank you, councillor. Look, I agree with everything you're saying. I don't need to say it again. I don't want to put any detriment to grants. I'm happy with the incredible work we've done. I'm happy with the resolutions we've already made. Councillor Smith.
I completely concur with Councillor Kent. I have grave concerns going back over things we've decided on. As a resident of Mittagong, I also have deep concerns that both of these things are within Mittagong, and so picking out Mittagong projects specifically is really concerning to me.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
One of our core governance principles is to ensure that our operational plan and budget aligns with our identified adopted priorities. Our priorities are roads and transport infrastructure, support for families and young people, communications and engagement, financial management and operational efficiency. As I believe the Mayor has said himself, you've got to have sensible shoes before you go to Disneyland. We have got a very tight budget. Choosing to spend $110,000 on a rewilding of Mittagong Pool master plan at this point when we have cut budget for core responsibilities like footpaths, which is right in our list of priorities, I have been very concerned about. As I have said repeatedly, if the community want to be invested in this project, if we are sure there's community investment in this project, what's the harm in saying who's interested, deferring the Mittagong rewilding until it's put out to the community, and if they are interested, then there can be community buy-in. They can do it. They can raise funds to do it themselves for the rewilding, like Bundanoon has had to do, like all the other sporting organisations have had to do. And so for that reason, I'm supporting Councillor Moylan in that reallocation of priorities. Unfortunately, there's also the Playhouse in this motion, but my heart is also in, but the governance principles at stake are complex and I have to repeat, I think that funding a master plan, for council to do that rather than to go to the community, defer it to go to the community, so that the community can have feedback on something they haven't had a chance to have feedback on.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah.
And I just have two quick questions to both councillors. So you are aware that deferring the playhouse would essentially lose us the grant and therefore the playhouse would not go ahead, and you're comfortable with that position? Councillor Moylan.
So this will be an answer to your question rather than my right of reply?
Correct.
Yes.
So it's an amendment. There is no right of reply. Because we're in an amendment. So,
yeah.
but yeah, my question is more succinctly, it's very evident that we would lose the grant, therefore we would not undertake I just wanted to clarify in this, because that's sort of the rewilding aside, which would, I'll just kind of concentrate on this. You are aware that we would lose the ability to do that, and you are comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with putting financial sustainability ahead of
Okay, so
a
you are
conversation
comfortable
with
with
the
the fact
federal
that we would lose
MP.
that? Okay. Councillor Russell, are you comfortable that we would lose the Mittagong Playhouse in this?
So I actually want to ask Councillor Moylan if she'll separate out that Mittagong Playhouse from her amendment, because I understand the amount of investment that's already gone into that.
So you can't amend an amendment. So I was just asked you a question.
I've changed an amendment. If Councillor
So you're asking for an amendment, or you're asking?
I'm asking.
Councillor.
I'm asking Councillor Moylan if she wants to change her amendment.
No,
Okay.
I
Thank you.
don't.
Thank you. That's fine. That's fine. So I'll ask you again. Are you comfortable?
So we can put it to the vote, Mayor?
Okay. So you're comfortable with the fact that we'll lose Mittagong Playhouse?
I said so we can put it to the vote,
Okay.
Mayor?
Much. Would anyone like to speak to this? I will now put it to Councillor Duffy. Oh, it's okay. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan. All those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith. Any more amendments?
No, I do have a point of order though, Mr Mayor.
Sure.
If you could remind Councillor Kent to express his disagreement through his words rather than gestures, and that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. Thank you, Councillor Moylan. Okay, we are back to the original motion. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell?
Oh, yes, I've got two more questions.
Sure.
Under the fees and charges, what does the fee pool toy hire refer to, including 3 lifeguards, 1 learn-to-swim instructor and a pool toy at $395.40 an hour?
Councillor,
Yes, General Manager. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ms Jones, could you explain that fee to Councillor Russell? Thank you.
Councillor Russell, that's the inflatable device that's used at the Bowral pool. And the reason for the additional staffing is that the use of the inflatable device in that smaller pool basically sterilises the use for the general public to do other recreation in that time.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the GM, what is this inflatable device?
I can answer that. So at Christmas time, we had this big event where it's a big, long rollout thing on the top of the pool, and the kids can come in and they can play along it. So they don't just go to the pool, but it's this big. It's quite amazing. Haven't been on it myself, but I hear it's great. But that's what it is. It runs up the whole lane.
And through you, Mr Mayor, to the GM, has there been a fee attached to it, the use of it in the past?
Ms Jones?
Councillor, I'm assuming that there has been. I might defer this question to the Manager of Business and Property.
Through the Mayor. I believe that the charge has been in the fees and charges for years. In terms of have they had private functions, I don't believe anyone's actually used it for a private function, because we do host community events where the community can use it for free as part of their pool usage.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. What is pool inflatable hire at $152.50 per hour for a minimum of 2 hours?
General Manager.
Ms Parks, so our Manager, Business and Property. Welcome to your first council meeting.
Thank you, through the Mayor. The Mossvale pool obviously is run by Bluefit, so that is their pool inflatable toy. So they have a different cost base and they do it on a 2-hour basis rather than a 4-hour basis, so it's just a different cost base.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. With all of that, General Manager, did you have any comment? Are you good?
I'll be really quick.
Really quick? Okay.
I promise.
Go ahead.
I know it's just after 6 o'clock, councillors, but this is a big piece of work, and I just, on behalf of the executive, wanted to thank the councillors for your strategic work over the last 6 months. It's been a massive, massive period, and the way in which you've collaborated with each other, you've shared your ideas, you've developed actions, you've worked with us to create a really good suite of documents. The Community Strategic Plan, it was quite a remarkable process. I've been in local government a few decades. This is my 7th council, and it's the first time I've actually seen councillors write a community strategic plan and be so invested, which is remarkable and a credit to you all. With the DP, the delivery program that you have tonight to adopt, this is your 4-year commitment to the community. And again, you all actively wrote it. You know, in a lot of councils, it's written by staff, professional officers, and it's rubber stamped. This is your document and you have created it. And again, it's a credit to you. You've given me, the directors, the CFO, the rest of the organisation, a very clear path, a clear road for us, a very clear direction for us to move forward in over the next 4 years. We're very fortunate to have the team we have here at Wingecarribee. We have very professional staff, dedicated staff who do impactful work every day for our community, whether it's filling potholes, mowing lawns, planting tulip bulbs, water services, turning up in the middle of the night to fix a water main, to our finance team. And they all care about this area. Over 70% are local. And with them, they bring their local knowledge, their professional expertise and years of lived experience. I'd also just like to make special mention of the directors, Shelley, Michael and Clint, the way that they lead their teams, the way that they have worked with their teams and worked across the organisation, the CFO and the Deputy CFO and the finance team. Assets, we have $2.8 billion worth of assets. That is a massive amount of assets. We have a fantastic team in the assets area who plan for and work with the other teams to procure and manage, and within the corporate strategy and governance space. So it is a whole organisation effort. Really pleased with how you've worked with each other and how we've worked with you to create a strong strategic framework to take the next 4 years forward. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
You. Before I put the vote, Councillor Smith, you have a right of reply.
Sorry, it's my motion now.
No, it's not.
No.
Okay. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? This is a vote on the motion. Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, unanimous. Okay. We're just going to have a second while they fix something up. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, just to clarify on a point of order, not that it's here or there, but if I have it, you actually mentioned that now it's my motion because of the amendment that was adopted.
So it's always the original mover's motion.
Has that changed?
And then it goes to
I'm learning.
Yep. Okay, we're good to go? Okay, we've done 2 items. We have an hour and 35 minutes. Is that right? Hour and 40 minutes left. We will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning if we don't get through it. General Manager, should we have a quick break or? Okay, I move a procedural motion that we have a couple of minute break. All those, seconder, Councillor Smith, all those in favour? Unanimous. Okay. Okay, we will reconvene at 6:28, and we had an issue with our system. Is there anything we need to know about that, General Manager?
I might ask the Director just to explain how we're going to run things for the balance of the meeting. Thank you, Ms Jones.
Councillors and for those viewers that are watching, apologies. The tech is always our best friend and worst enemy, and usually the latter at the worst possible time. So the situation at the moment is we've got the minute taker's computer is not charging. So what we'll do is we'll continue to run until the battery fails completely, and then we might have to adjourn and then work to a manual workaround. So what that might look like when we get to it is that the minutes will not be displayed on the screen, and we'll just have to trust councillors to follow along as we move any amendments and whatnot.
Right, that's
Thank
been
you,
cracking.
Mr.
Next, we have 9.3, Comprehensive Draft Development Control Plan for Wingecarribee Shire. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Foley, a seconder. Councillor Smith, would else like to speak to this?
I have questions.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. Why are objectives scattered into multiple places in this, including separate lists of core objectives within the same chapter? And how can
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, Councillor, you'd just like some clarity about the flow?
Thank you.
Yep. To the Director, Committees in Place, Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager, the template has sections A to K, I believe, and there's some headline objectives that are drafted in that first section, and then the objectives for further sections to be developed. Now, each chapter, as such, has its own objectives, desires, outcomes. So therefore, they have to have their own objectives. If it was simply just one set of headline objectives, they would not be detailed enough to do a thorough assessment to address the planning issues that have to be considered by an assessment officer.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager.
Russell.
Was the consultant provided with the information that Council invested in and adopted in the R2 and R3 reports that were adopted by Council just within the last couple of years?
General Manager.
Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager, first point, it is a council staff-led project. The consultant is supporting council staff. That's the first point. Second point, yes, that consultant was provided with those, and yes, those studies are informing the DCP along with other strategies.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, I've had questions from the community who've been concerned about why there's no correlation between those R2 and R3 reports that Council and the headings in the template. I was wondering if you have any answers to address those concerns.
General Manager.
Back to you, Mr McCabe.
Through you, General Manager, I believe the detail to address that will come at the end of this calendar year. So headings are simply headings. It's the detail behind the headings. It's really going to determine how this tool will assess DAs for our Shire. It is simply a template. So I suppose that is my response to that question.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, anyone speak to this? Okay, I'll now put to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Russell. Okay. Next item is 9.5, Establishment of the South West Sydney Regional Koala Strategy. Could I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Farrell. Can I give a seconder? Councillor Foley. Councillor Farrell, would you like to speak to this? Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.9, Wingecarribee Animal Shelter, Alternatives to Euthanasia Policy for Draft Rex Adoption.
Excuse me.
Sorry?
Oh,
Slow down, Jessie. Slow down, Jessie. I've scribbled it out. Apologies, people. Farmland. Apologies, I did scribble it. 9.8 Farmland policy draft for adoption. Can I have a mover for this? Councillor Smith, and a seconder? Councillor Foley. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I think it's great to have such a cohesive policy. I'd like to move the officer's recommendations as is. I think that it's wonderful to see how the community feedback has been taken on board. Equine, as we've heard, is a massive industry for the Highlands and has potential significant flow-on effects and potential for economic growth. I also think that supporting agribusiness is the key to keeping the green between, and I think Brett Parbury, who spoke in the public forum, really outlined that. It's the last wall of resistance against development, so I'm strongly in favour of this exactly as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
I've got questions.
Go ahead.
What is the difference in cost for someone who's got a farm if they've got farmland rating compared to someone who's just running a business on the farm?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and I'll ask the CFO to talk in more detail. I just wish to clarify the draft farmland policy that's before you after exhibition and up for adoption is retaining or maintaining the status quo. So it's not increasing, it's not decreasing, it's applying the same principles to that category of rating. CFO, Mr Kuzmanowski.
Thank you. I believe the rating category between the farmland and what would be the business category is a 3,000% rate increase.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, I just need a bit more clarification. So it's going to, if you've got farmland rating, it's cheaper or more expensive than just owning the same land and running a business?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the farmland rating category is lower than the business category as long as the owner meets certain criteria within the farmland category within the rating structure. Okay. Is there anything else, Mr Kuzmanowski?
No, that's correct. Thank you, General Manager.
Just to clarify, it was 300%? 3,000%. 3,000%. Okay. Okay.
So through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, what has any calculation been done on what rate monies council is going to be missing out on by including equine in the farmland policy?
General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to give you the non-accountant version and then Mr Kuzmanowski can give you the accountant version. The way in which rates work, and this is the most simple way I can explain it, is that there is a pie and it's how the pie is sliced. So if council was to apply the business rate to farmland, it wouldn't make the pie bigger, it would just redistribute how the pie is cut. That is the most simple way I can explain it. Mr Kuzmanowski, could you add to that?
Not really. I think that's a good explanation. When we do set our rates, technically we've got our rates and then we apply the rate peg to it that IPART determines. So that grows at any composition of rates we need to adjust within those. So we index those rating categories each year by the rate peg. And then when there is a revaluation process, which we'll go through in the next financial year, and it's one of the operational plan items, we will look at our rating mixes as a part of the 26-27 budget process.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm still, maybe I didn't ask the question correctly. I'm wondering if when we looked at putting equine into the farmland rating, whether we did a cost-benefit analysis of what that might do to our bottom line.
So is it my understanding that we are governed by how much we can charge all to the total pool of funds? So it is an adjustment within that total pegged rate. So if let's, for example, say we had $100, applying the 3,000% rate rise doesn't give us more than 300 because we cannot lift above 300 due to the rate peg. Is that correct? Or am I getting it wrong?
Sorry, that's not the question I'm asking though.
So that we wouldn't make more money as a result of charging the farmland more. We would not make more money as an organisation.
So councillor, in answer to your question, what did it do to the bottom line? Nothing.
So what is the...
It's a redistribution.
It's a redistribution. But so if I'm running a business on farmland, so what is the benefit of equine being in the farmland rating? I'm asking because farmland rating brings certain benefits for food and fibre, and in terms of ratepayer concessions that might flow on from that, I'm concerned that this is as in the speaker's own word, this is an elite business.
Are you speaking to this? Because I'll just refer you to 9.18.
No, I'm
Councillors
asking...
must put questions directly, succinctly, respectfully and without argument. So if you have a question, please put it succinctly so I can get an answer.
Are there any other benefits financially for equine included in this that will come at ratepayers' or taxpayers' expense?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll ask the CFO to respond to you, Councillor Russell.
No. So with the existing protocols that we've got in place, we don't have an adopted farmland policy at the moment. With the existing policy, equine are currently charged under the farmland rate categorisation. So the purpose of bringing this policy to council was to make it transparent. We've gone on a journey over the past 12 months. This is the second time we've gone through a consultation process. So there is no financial gain. It is just business as usual in that space.
Thank you.
So that clarifies something for me.
Good question.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So if we removed equine from the farmland rating policy, what difference might that have to our budget bottom line?
Through you, Mr Mayor, nothing. So, so as simple as I can explain it, we have a pie, or we have a pie. I'll just use a pie. And the pie is made up of rates. The rates are categorised into different types. So residential rate, business rate, farmland rate. That's set out in the revenue policy as part of the budget process. So the rates, we're not going to get any more or less money at the end of the day, bottom line, because of how a category of land is rated. So all it means is a redistribution. So instead of farmland paying this amount, if they were charged as a business, they might pay that amount, but then everybody else's would be redistributed, if that makes sense. So you're only dealing with a pie.
Thank you.
So with the farmland rating, is there any other benefit for equine having farmland rating that is going to mean that they get other concessions? It might be federal tax concessions.
Do you have an amendment attached to these questions?
Well, yes, I'm thinking of.
Okay.
I'm thinking of excluding equine if that means that they're eligible for tax concessions that are designed for food and fibre.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the CFO is shaking his head, so we're not aware of any tax concessions. But I think to be mindful of council's role is around setting the rates policy. We haven't had a farmland policy that has been developed. It's been out for community consultation. It's been brought back. The team have looked at other farmland policies. They've also looked at the setting that this council has put in place with the community strategic plan and the importance of agri and equine to our community. So it's within that context that the final draft farmland policy has been brought today for council's adoption.
Thank you. Have you got an amendment, councillor? Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to say I'm thrilled to see council working with the community on this one. It was a very, as we just heard, it's a new policy to capture very much the status quo, but I saw in the responses from the council to the submissions a lot of open-mindedness and an embracing of our agricultural community. What I would say is, reiterate, is that equine inclusion is the status quo. We've heard from various public speakers that this brings a lot of revenue to the Shire and strengthens us. What I will say, I do understand Councillor Russell's, for want of a better term, protection of agriculturalists and food farmers. What I would say is equine has always been a natural friend of agriculture and food agriculture, always. So it is a nice fit, and I certainly would prefer equine farms over prime agricultural land being used for housing development. What I would like to do, though, Mr. Mayor, is an amendment because there's, while the equine I feel I'm very comfortable with, there are a lot of questions that came up in the written submissions around small farms on page 30 of the agenda. And I was happy to see Council's openness to exploring support grants for emerging farmers and smaller farmers, and happy to see Council exploring clarification of acceptable evidence of ATO and ABN reliance for farmers, and also a conversation about whether it should be a 5-year review period.
Okay,
so with that, I've got my amendment. That we defer the adoption of the amended draft farmland policy.
Okay. Okay. And that's it?
So, yes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So that we can flesh out those other topics, but keep the equine inclusion.
Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Russell. Councillor Moylan.
As I said, this is a very big deal for this area, this farmland rating policy. We have a great opportunity to embrace emerging farmers and small farmers, which play a big part in this Shire. And we need to make sure that they're catered for as well, and at least understood. I'd also like to make sure that all of those points raised by the written submissions are fully fleshed out. There is no rush for this policy. There's no imperative. It is capturing the status quo, but what is imperative is that we get it right and that we don't have policy on the run. Our agriculturalists and equine and our open green spaces are very important, and we need to make sure that we get this right for everyone.
Thank you. Councillor, I'll speak. I'm here to make decisions, and it's gone through consultation, it's come back. Our officers have worked on it, and I'm happy with the state as it is, so I won't vote to defer. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Kent?
I concur.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Okay. I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, those against, Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. We go back to the original motion. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put the sorry, Councillor Smith, would you like a right of reply? I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. That is carried.
Can I put a procedural motion, Mayor?
What's your procedure motion?
That we move forward. I note that there's people in the gallery and we might not be going all night, and so that we move item 9.3, the Traffic Committee meeting minutes now.
We can do that, Council. So there's a procedural motion to move item what was it? 30?
9.30.
9.30 to now. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Kent. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. So next we have 9.30 Traffic Committee meetings. Could I get a mover for this? Councillor Duffy, a seconder. Councillor Moyland. Councillor Duffy, have anything to...
I'm just trying to hash out my question, I guess. But is the recommendation in this report identical to what we had considered in February?
I believe that it just had a different amount of support. Is that? I'll ask.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the Director, Service and Project Delivery can talk to where we were, to where we've landed through the Traffic Committee and what's before you this afternoon.
Yes, please, that would be great.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Just to put it into context, I guess the development at 367 Bundanoon Road was required to have a off-site turning facility to negate some safety issues associated with a no right turn off Bundanoon Road into that development. An initial proposal to install a turning facility in Ringwood Lane gained minority support at the traffic meeting that occurred in November 2024. That report then came to the ordinary meeting of council in February 2025, where it was rejected. A second proposal to install a turning facility on the inside of the bend on Bundanoon Road, but it's opposite Ringwood Lane, but still on Bundanoon, but on the opposite side of the railway from the development, was reported to the 22nd of May 2025 Traffic Committee, where it received majority support, with the representative for the member of Goulburn, the only member not in support.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, Councillor Russell.
If we, through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, if we vote this down, will it go back to the Traffic Committee so they can consider a different option?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, back to Mr McAllister. Thank you.
Correct. You have a motion before you to actually look at accepting the proposal as per the business paper. If that is rejected, it is the same as what occurred last time, and it needs to go back to essentially first principles in how the developer will comply with those conditions of the development consent.
General Manager, so just so I know, there was a majority support but not unanimous support, is that correct? Any other questions?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, a question about process. Why were neighbouring residents and owners not properly not advised about the DAs that were affecting them on this matter?
General Manager.
Either Mr McAllister or Mr McCabe, are you aware that notification didn't occur?
Through you, General Manager, I'm assuming you're referring to the modification of the development application as opposed to any notification of the Traffic Committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What I will say is it went on notification. It was on the DA tracker. I understand residents were written to. I understand one resident has said they didn't receive notification. But I do know that resident did submit a submission in response to the current DA notification. So as far as I see, that the consultation process, the objections have been received, and those who claim they didn't receive a notification have lodged a formal objection.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, in regards to the submissions that were received by the community, I'm wondering what Council's response is to the upset and concern that those submissions were not heard at the Traffic Committee meeting and it was only the submission from the developer that was heard.
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if the Director can explain what happened at the Traffic Committee. Thank you, Mr McAllister.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Just for clarity, Councillor Russell, because I'm a little bit confused, are we talking about development consent or modification approval, or are we talking about notification of items that are before the Traffic Committee?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, when the DA tracker objections were received by Council from Eva on the 2nd of May, on the 22nd of April and 22nd of April. So I am talking about the DA tracker objections. None of those objections were mentioned at the traffic committee meeting, and I'm wondering if in future we can look at ensuring that that sort of community input is heard at the traffic committee meeting.
General Manager.
Mr McCabe?
Through you, General Manager, what I would say is I understand that officers will be developing an engagement and comms strategy to be considered by Council at next meeting, where you could consider extending the notification for Traffic Committee. It's quite clear at the moment, the arrangements for DAs, so you could consider that. That's my response.
Okay. Anyone else wanting to speak? Councillor Molam.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to table an email from Mr Jason Taylor sent to all councillors on the 18th of June. There has been a claim of a miscarriage of procedural fairness. I think given that we are talking about people's property, people's homes, it would be prudent to defer this item, investigate this claim, and then come back next month.
So you're moving an amendment?
Right, okay, so
Have you voted
point of
down,
clarification.
I believe that Councillor Russell clarified at the top of this that if you vote it down, it goes back to Traffic Committee.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? Have you spoken, Councillor? Councillor Russell.
I think that this is a very inadequate, confusing attempt to resolve this issue. I'm not a traffic engineer myself, but I drive past that place every day, and there's so much room for a roundabout at the entrance. It seems like the logical thing to do. I am suggesting that it is actually the sentiment I know of more than one member of the traffic committee to put a roundabout in place as a sensible solution, because in the traffic committee, while people were representing their organisations, they can't exactly reject something just because they can see that nobody is sanely going to comply with this thing. If you go, I do believe my colleague Councillor Farrell has actually done a site inspection, and it's putting an impost on neighbours for this particular solution, where they have to, in order just to leave their home, they have to turn the opposite direction, drive up the what is about 70 metres up the road, across a bridge, do a loop-de-loop. There's still concerns about safety in terms of coming back onto the road. There's certainly compliance issues that I don't want to have hanging over my head, because I don't see any compliance. So I'm hoping that we'll vote this down, send it back to the Traffic Committee until the developer can come up with a sensible solution.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Duffy.
Sorry, I do have one more question. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
If we do vote this down, it goes back to the Traffic Committee. Is it the developer that has to sort out a solution, not council?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll ask Mr McAllister what the options that were looked at and the process from here. Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. In regards to the process, the onus is on the developer or the proponent to actually put forward a solution. I'm not across in detail, I guess, the full gamut of options provided. One that was reviewed was in Ringwood Lane, which we've spoken about in previous meetings. At the moment, the motion before you on the table is the one at the water filling station. If it was to be voted down, then it goes back to the Traffic Committee, or the onus goes back on the development to actually come up with a solution to satisfy his conditions under his development consent.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. I will Yep, we're in the motion. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? Sorry, we're voting, yeah. All those in favour? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. I'll put myself down for in favour. Apologies, I didn't count myself.
Through you, to you, Mr Mayor, can we ask, is there anyone else sitting in the gallery who is waiting on a particular agenda item?
Anyone else? Okay, next we have 9.9, Wingecarribee Animal Shelter Alternative to Euthanasia Policy Draft for Adoption. Could I get a mover, please? Councillor Duffy, seconder. Councillor Foley. Anyone else? Councillor Duffy, would you like to speak to this? Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell?
I would like to move an amendment.
Your wording?
Yep. Sorry, I have to go back.
Is that the amendment there?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
This.
Could I get a seconder for this? That has gone for Councillor Moylan, you seconding? Yes. Okay, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, I've got some questions. Are council staff aware that previous policies adopted in 2015 and reaffirmed in 2017 included the following statement under sustainability assessment: environment. Feral animals pose a serious threat to the natural and built environment, conservation of biodiversity and sustainability of natural ecosystems, whilst posing a further threat to resident welfare and safety. Council acknowledges feral animals inhabit areas of Wingecarribee Shire local government area and will work with appropriate authorities and land managers to reduce their impact.
Yeah. I'll refer to the Director Corporate Strategy and Resourcing. What I would say is that the policy before you is to do with the management of the animal shelter, and feral animals are a big concern. And there are other ways that they're managed. Ms Jones?
Thank you, General Manager, Councillor Russell. Yes, staff are aware. There was a deliberate reason why it wasn't included, and it reinforces the General Manager's position in that the express purpose of this policy has a very narrow focus, and that is the management of companion animals at the shelter and the way that we manage euthanasia of those animals in that context and in the context of the Companions Animals Act. That said, acknowledge the intent and behind the proposed amendment, and we all share the view. Feral animal management is of concern to community and environment. However, it doesn't belong in this policy. So we've made a broad reference to clarify how we'll deal with feral animals when they present to the shelter under the policy. But in terms of broader management strategies, they don't live in this policy, and there's other ways we can deal with that.
Another question through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. What is that strategy when feral animals are presented for euthanasia to the animal shelter?
General Manager, do you want to leave? Okay.
If the General Manager is okay for me to answer while she has a coughing fit. So the question, Councillor Russell, just so I'm hearing you, you're asking how feral animals are managed under the euthanasia policy. So the answer, really simply, is in accordance with the euthanasia policy that's before you.
Thank you. So through you, through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager, are council staff aware that currently, if a community member turns up at our animal centre even with this policy and we're full, that no, not currently because we're about to adopt this policy, but some people have been directed away directed to go to a local vet with the feral animal because we have been at capacity.
Sorry?
Through you, General Manager.
I'll defer that question to Ms Jones, Director of Corporate Strategy.
Thank you. This feels like a very bad game of ping pong. Anyway, so the answer to your question is yes. And when we are at capacity, the appropriate response is to refer to Council's vet for their advice, assessment, and if they need to enact the procedure under their own protocols.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager, are you aware of the submissions that have been made by the local vets in response to this policy, expressing concern at this particular part of the policy? Because while they've signed up for the Fawas Animal Shelter, they have not signed up for the level of inquiries about feral animals, or any other vets for that matter have not signed up for that approach.
General Manager.
Through you, point of clarification, Councillor Russell, it's Wingecarribee Shire Council's animal shelter. And secondly, we are aware of the submissions. What I will do at this juncture, though, is defer to the Manager of Business Property, who can actually talk to you about the statistics around the level of feral animals that are requiring euthanasia. So what I will caveat that is by saying it's data from the end of 2024 financial year. So we've only got 6 months worth of data to date. Manager.
Thank you. Through the General Manager. The data that we've had for the last 6 months in terms of euthanized animals, there's only been 9 to date, and one of the 9 was actually recommended for euthanasia due to cancer and being unwell. And the others, we don't have the statistics in terms of the actual breakdown of the reason why, but so it's 8 animals over the past 6 months was what was recommended for euthanization.
Okay. Thank you.
So because people who are watching online, if they've hung in there, can't actually see the screen, I'll read out the amendment that...
We're good.
Yeah, well...
They can see.
Oh, you've changed it?
Yep.
Okay.
So
excellent.
you're done with the questions?
Yeah, so I'll speak to it. My agenda tonight, if you haven't already worked out, is to provide direction to improve policy for the communities of the Southern Highlands. I have had many representations from varied groups across items in the business paper who would like to have their voice heard at a council meeting, and they have asked me to be their voice. The original policy adopted in 2015 and reaffirmed in 2017 acknowledged the existence of feral animals within the Wingecarribee Shire and committed council to working with appropriate authorities and land managers to reduce their impact. However, this acknowledgement has been removed from this revision, and it enables us the potential to identify where people can be, where you can actually refer people not to a vet but to a relevant other government authority. All through our Community Strategic Plan and Delivery Program, we identify our role in partnering with other agencies, interagency collaboration. And I'll practice some new language I learned from the fantastic opening of the Mossvale SES on Saturday, which is immediately adjacent to our new animal shelter on Bowman Road, which is the need to employ strategic interoperability and agility. So if I translate from SES language, the amendment seeks to ensure Council has the direction to support our community with the information they need that can assist in promoting responsible action, reducing confusion and supporting a coordinated community response to feral animal management across the Shire.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
I think I can see where Councillor Russell is going with this. This is a wide issue, particularly in Canyon-Lee areas and Robertson, with a lot of feral animal complaints. And it's actually affecting property prices and value and general amenity. So I'd like to reiterate that this is simply an investigation and there's no harm in that, and yet there's a lot of upside for residents and, of course, the animals themselves.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'm happy with the framework as it is. With that, I'll now put the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is lost. Next, 9-11, is that correct? Apologies. We're back to the original motion. Who? Duffy moved this. Okay, anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put the motion to the vote. Apologies. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Sorry, guys. 9-11. ARIC terms of reference. Councillor Kent, would you like to move this?
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with a change.
Yep, and that change is?
To number 2. So the first is fine. Number 2, rather than appoint one councillor, just say appoint Councillor Kent as a non-voting member.
Great. Could I get a seconder for this? Councillor Foley. Councillor Kent.
In the interest of time, I won't go through all of my relevant experience for this role on behalf of us councillors. I'll be short. I've had a 25-year career so far in commercial management, including 10 years as a risk and quality manager. So I'm familiar with risk management, financial management, governance, service reviews, etc. And it'd be my privilege to serve on this committee.
Apologies. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion?
I'd like to propose an amendment.
Okay. Can I get your wording?
We've adopted. We're
in the motion.
Yep,
It's been moved with Councillor Kent's
yep,
name.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, the amendment is that the GM write to the ARIC chair requesting that he consider inviting councillors as observers to ARIC meetings to support their professional development and understanding of the workings of local government.
Councillor, you are aware that exists already, the availability of that?
We would just be indicating to the chair of ARIC that there is interest in employing that function.
Okay. Could you just repeat that? Sorry, Councillor.
Yep. So that the GM write to the ARIC chair requesting that he consider inviting councillors as observers to ARIC meetings to support their professional development and understanding of the workings of local government.
Good. We got a seconder for this. Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell.
I think that we actually have budgets for professional development, you know, for councillors, and it's actually part of one of our core responsibilities outlined in the Local Government Act to seek ways of advancing our professional development to fulfil our role. And while it's not, while there's the function in that, to be able to do so, I would like to let the chair know that this is an excellent opportunity for us to really do it with no cost to ratepayers.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, is there any implication for if we go ahead with Councillor Russell's amendment?
General Manager.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I might ask Ms Jones or Ms Lidgard just to explain about the ARICs and their role and terms of reference. Ms Lidgard.
Thank you, General Manager. The terms of reference and the guidelines for ARIC as they're currently established does not allow for councillors to attend as observers. The terms of reference allow for one non-voting member on the ARIC, and the Mayor may attend as an observer. Councillors are only allowed to attend by the invitation of the ARIC Chair.
was I? Councillor Foley.
So regardless of the amendment, the chair can still invite any of us to an ARIC meeting at any time.
That's correct. If the committee feel they need particular information, they can invite.
Okay. Right. Anyone else speak to this? The purpose of the ARIC is to keep it political free, and I'm very comfortable with having a single delegate, and if the ARIC so chooses to have more than that, then that's at his discretion as far as I'm concerned. Okay. I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. Those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is lost. We're back to the original ARIC. Do anyone want to speak to this? So this is still including Councillor Kent's name. Councillor Moylan, you have an amendment?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor. In point number 2 of the motion, appoint Councillor Sarah Moylan as a non-voting member, etc.
Okay. Could I get a seconder for that? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan.
Councillors, I'm nominating for this position based on, one, my direct experience of 27 years in audits, governance, finance and risk, demonstrated advocacy for governance and financial management in my time at council. Thirdly, I understand the distinction between ARIC and a financial committee. And fourthly, my personal skills in objectivity, analytical thinking and the courage to raise tough issues. Councillors, over the last 27 years, I've had the pleasure of working for a global financial corporation, and I had the honour of leading a team of lawyers and procurement professionals in both the Australia and New Zealand market. During this time, I wrote procurement policies in preparation for audits and then responded to audits, both internal and external, scheduled and ad hoc. I also had the honour of preparing the company for the financial services licence during what was the most significant reform in the financial services corporate sector with the Financial Services Reform Act of 2001. After the licence was granted, I participated in audits which were very onerous and carried very serious responsibility for the company, as it would not be able to function without this licence. Bringing it back to home, over the last 6 months, you've seen me advocate for financial transparency in the monthly financial reports, the financial committee and commercial due diligence with feasibility studies. I understand the distinction between the finance committee and the ARIC being an advisory committee. Personally, I'm not a political party member, no longer, so I won't bring any political influence. And as a lawyer, I bring objectivity, analytical thinking, and certainly the courage to raise tough issues.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to this amendment? Okay, I will now put, for myself actually, we're in an amendment, and if this is voted up, the original motion will become with Councillor Moylan's name. If we vote it down, it will stay at Councillor Kent's. I believe I've got that right. So I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is lost. We are back at the original motion with Councillor Kent's name. Would anyone else like to speak to this? You have already spoken, I believe. And Councillor Smith?
I think I'd like to speak in support of Councillor Kent. I think we're very fortunate to have such an experienced councillor. I think he will bring a very rational and reasonable approach to this, so really happy to vote for this motion. Okay.
Would you like your right of reply, Councillor Kent?
Yes, I just wish I'd taken my full 3 minutes.
That's okay. Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Moylan. That is carried. 9.12, risk policy, draft for adoption. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor,
I would like to move the motion with an amendment.
with a change?
Yes, that's the one.
What's your change?
That we change appetite for assessing the long. Oh, I will actually forward it through to governance. That we change appetite for assessing the long-term cost-benefit analysis of applying best practice in sustainability features when delivering key services and major projects, and always implementing better practice measures if best practice is not assessed as viable in that cost-benefit analysis. And if I didn't, did I send that through to you earlier? Okay. Ah, this is when the screen's gone blank. The original thing, so I've got it right. So it would have to be moved with a change, or
So you're moving the officer's recommendation
with
with
a
a change.
change.
That the risk appetite statement be amended to include, insert your,
yes.
I just don't have that word, those words that haven't come
Okay.
through.
Okay. They have been sent. Let's see if they've come. Oh, what happened to that? Okay, I'll read it out, or I could
So
read.
Councillor Russell, if you don't mind just reading it slowly and
Yeah.
we'll have it typed up. Thank
Let's
you.
do that. Thanks. Okay. I've just found where I didn't send it. Send anyway. So in the meantime. So it's that Council adopt the risk management policy as included as at attachment 1, subject to the change under sustainability as appetite for assessing long-term cost-benefit analysis of applying best practice in sustainability features. Yep. Of applying best practice in sustainability
Is there much to go?
No.
Okay.
When delivering key services and major projects, comma, and always implementing better practice measures if best practice is not assessed as viable in that cost-benefit analysis.
Okay. I'll get a seconder for this. Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell.
So I believe, as my colleague Councillor Moylan has said before, it's our role to direct and set policy. In the current risk assessment, because obviously, you know, I'm introducing something and you probably haven't had a chance to have a look at it, it's that we have an appetite for always implementing better practice measures. It doesn't talk about best practice. Now, the nature of this risk management policy is nuanced. It is that we have appetite, or that we have some appetite or no appetite. what I would hope that we always have appetite for is adopting best practice. But when we adopt best practice, I've noted that there's some things that we don't always take a longer term approach to assessing sustainability. This enters it into a policy, so we're not just looking at what might be best practice, what might be more cost effective for the short term, but we're looking as well at council's long-term financial plan, and we're factoring in costs of efficiencies over that plan and sets that direction in the policy.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Yes, I support this. I think anything that further supports financial sustainability, particularly long-term cost-benefit analysis, needs to be factored into our risk management policy and our overall culture.
Thank you. Councillors, I've said it a few times tonight, I'm happy with the prepared documents by our professional staff. I won't say any more. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. So this is the... Councillor Kent, sorry.
I've got a big comment. I concur.
Okay, thank you. So with that, this is the motion. If we vote this down, we'd have to reintroduce it. Otherwise, if it votes up, it goes through as is. So actually, in saying that, I'm going to move a amendment that we return to the officer's recommendation. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Kent. I don't need to speak. Would anyone else like to speak to this? And I put
Sorry, can you do that without it going to debate? Without my amendment going to your amendment? Like I've put an amendment on the table.
You have the motion. It is your motion. I've amended your motion back to the officer's recommendation.
Right. So we get to put that to the vote now?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So whether we're moving it back to the officer's recommendation?
So what will happen is that it's your motion with the change. I'm asking that we vote on moving it back to the original officer's recommendation. Right. It will still remain your motion. However, it will be back in its original form. So I'm going to put that to the vote now. All those in favour of my amendment? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. Okay, we are now back at the original officer's recommendation for this motion. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. Councillor, would you like a right of reply?
I would hope that when we are looking at risk management, actually part of that risk is looking at the details. I think that there's still room for improvement in this, but as it is apparently my motion, I will just say that we should be looking at not just always adopting what the staff have worked on, but we are here to set direction. I find it astonishing that we are at this stage in our council term, and a reason for voting something down is that I think that we should just go with what the staff have done. I think that we can move on. We all each have a role and responsibility. Staff have a role, we have a role, and our role is to set policy direction, and risk management is a key part of that. Identifying items in a policy that could have improvement is a key part of our role.
Thank you. Councillor, sorry, I've already put the right to reply, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of the original motion, sorry. Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick, that is carried. Item 9.14, Creative Wingecarribee. Could I get a move on Councillor Smith? You want to move this?
Could I move the officer's recommendation with one change to amend the name Creative Wingecarribee to Creative Highlands, please?
Yep. And could I get a second over that? Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith.
I'd really like to commend the team on this. This is an amazing report. I think that the fact that there's been so much consultation is incredible, and I think that the team has done an incredible job. The aspects that I'm really proud of, I think that to see the spirit of collaboration within this, within organisations, I think it will have real impact, and it will really help to support a thriving arts and culture scene. The reason for my change from Creative Wingecarribee to Creative Highlands is because from a branding point of view, we all call it the Highlands. This is kind of market community facing, and so I just think that Creative Highlands is a much more positive, engaging word.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
I concur with everything Councillor Smith said, and I'm in full agreement with the change.
Great. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. Would you like to write a reply? Okay, with that, I'll now put the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Item 9.15, Festive Wingecarribee 2025. Councillor Smith, you want flagging, you wanted to move that?
Yes, again, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with one change, and that is the change of the name from Festive Wingecarribee to Festive Highlands.
Okay. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Kent. Councillor Smith, same time.
Same again. Fantastic strategy. Love the work, team. And I think that this was a very, we all know that Christmas, we had a lot of feedback. This was a very passionate issue. And so I think that the team has done an incredible job of taking that on board, of coming up with very interesting, engaging ways to not only fit in with our CSP, but to understand what the community cares about. Again, the reason to change it from Festive Wingecarribee to Festive Highlands is just simply because that's really what people know this area as. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
Same as before.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
I'd like to change it to Christmas. This is reflective of one of the biggest community surveys we've done in the last 6 months. 360 submissions were sent through on
Sorry,
Happy
Councillor,
Holidays.
to cut you off. So you want to call it Christmas
Yes.
Southern Highlands?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just going to pause everything. I have to move a procedural motion to extend to 8 as per Code of Meeting Practice. And just to reiterate that we will reconvene at 9 a.m. once we hit 8 o'clock. So could I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Foley. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. I'm sorry to cut you off there. And just to get back, so your amendment is to call it, leave the Highlands, but call it Christmas Highlands 25 to 28? Okay. Okay. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Moylan.
Yes, so one of the biggest surveys we've had this in our term is around the Happy Holidays signs, and there was an overwhelming result from the community saying that they want the word Christmas. It's no surprise that this community and indeed this country celebrates Christmas and uses the word Christmas. We are a predominantly Christian community, so I think it's only prudent to reflect the nation, but also our own community in their want for the use of the word Christmas.
I've already had a seconder. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
I concur with Councillor Moylan.
Anyone else like to speak to this? Oh. Sorry, Councillor Farrell, you don't say much. You want to keep going. Okay, apologies. Else like to speak to this? Okay, I'm putting the amendment to call it, so leaving the Highlands, call it Christmas Highlands. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent. Unanimous. Sorry. Okay, now this is the motion. Would anyone else like to speak to this original motion now called Christmas Highlands? Okay, would you like your right of reply? Okay, I will now put the entire motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. We're nearly there, everybody. Am I at 9.18? 9.18, urban tree management strategy and policy. Could I get a mover? Councillor Smith, you're flagging, you want to move this?
Yes, I am. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with an addition, and I believe you have the wording for that. Yeah?
Okay, get to the wording. Okay, is that it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, okay.
Do you want me to read that out, or is that okay?
I'm across it unless someone needs it read out. Okay, can I get a seconder? Councillor Kent or Councillor Moylan? Sorry, Councillor Moylan, second. Councillor Smith, you have the floor.
You're right. So really, I think it's fantastic to see this tree policy and strategy. It's critical to the health and identity of our area. We all care about the green between, and one of the great things in here is the objective to really improve the tree canopy. The reason for my addition to this strategy, I noticed within there were opportunities around donations. I think that really we have a huge opportunity to try and do additional tree planting. There's areas that could be rewilded, and I think we heard from the speaker earlier that there are opportunities for community members to contribute at a range of levels to a tree planting canopy, which could be could be in donations, could be in actual action. So I think that's the key reasons. It's a big opportunity. I think we could have very big impact with this.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
I concur with Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Only to say I had the occasion to meet Charlene Ferguson at the tree planting for the cherry tree walk. It's relevant to this because Charlene is, of course, in the tree team, and I was so impressed with this particular staff member and all of the urban tree, all the tree team that were there that day, and we can be very, very proud of our very committed, dedicated and expert team staff. The research and the pure love that this team has for our shire and our trees is overwhelming.
Thank you very much for the kind words. Okay, anyone else want to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.19, open space, parks and play strategy. Could I get a mover, please? Councillor Moylan. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Russell. Councillor Moylan.
I'd like to make an amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I'll back up a bit. So you'll just do move it with a change? What's
Yes,
your
please.
change?
To delete number 2.
Yep.
Okay, my reason is I think this is important to come back to council after public exhibition. And my reason being we have a total of $3.34 million put aside for playgrounds. Our roads need to be renewed, not our playgrounds. And I want to make sure that we have every opportunity to review this point.
Okay. Could I get a seconder for that? Councillor Russell? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Are you happy to put a report brought back following the exhibition with that?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. 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 And that's seconded. Okay. You sort of spoke to it. You're happy with what you said there? Okay, great. And I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Kent?
I don't support this amendment.
Motion.
Well, the motion, sorry. I don't support the motion, the removal of the second item. We have a custom and practice of adopting things if we've got no public submissions. I don't want to see everything that we do brought back to roads. There are ways to progress roads through the budget cycle, et cetera, if we sort of basically pin roads to everything we do, we're going to go around in circles. We're going to go around a roundabout.
Sorry, Councillor Smith.
Could I propose an amendment to go back to the original officer's recommendation?
Yes. I'll just get that up. Okay, could I get a seconder for that? Councillor Kent. Okay. Councillor Smith, speak to your amendment.
I think that I concur with what Councillor Kent just said. I think it's really important we move ahead with this.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent. This is amendment. Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor Moylan. So now the original motion is the original recommendation. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. Councillor Moylan, would you like your right of reply?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to remind councillors that roads are our top priority in our community strategic plan. The top priority in the last 2 community surveys done over the last 8 years. There is ample opportunity to reallocate these funds that are currently with playgrounds. Playgrounds are not necessary in terms of renewal. Roads are necessary in terms of renewal and have a safety component. So I strongly feel that we should follow the same procedure that we follow most of our motions, where they come back to council for vigorous debate after the community submissions have been incorporated.
Thank you. I will now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 2.923. Item 9.23, section 712, contribution plans for exhibition. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Kent, can I have a seconder? Councillor Duffy. Kent.
I was going to ask a series of detailed questions, mostly for the public record, but I've read it all. It's fantastic. We've basically brought our contributions in line with where there should be, is my assessment. I don't want to hold us up.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Russell.
I have a question. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager. What was the reasoning behind removing the nexus between the income from a 7.12 plan and the development from which the funding's derived?
General Manager.
Very shortly, it gives greater flexibility, but Mr McCabe may want to add a more technical response.
Yeah, for you, General Manager. Yeah, so the nexus as such for a 7.12 in relation to delivery of works is far more flexible than a 7.11 plan. So whilst you have a schedule of works, it is much more discretionary to apply the money that's collected in a 7.12. With a 7.11 plan, which you will review in the future, it's much more rigorous and lockstep, let's say.
Great, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this? Okay, with that, I'll now put the motion. Sorry, Councillor Kent, no right to reply. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Item 9.24, property policy and leasing licensing. Can I get a mover for this? Councillor Foley. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Duffy. Councillor Foley.
So the 2 policies that we have here reflect the fact that council-owned property is some of its most valuable assets and have great potential to deliver community benefit through maximising occupancy and utilisation of these spaces, some of which are underutilised currently. The leasing of council property for commercial use has the potential to deliver economic benefit, especially when we consider the burden of depreciation and the cost of maintenance. I think this is easy to understand and apply in the case of a commercial tenant of a council building who is making a commercial profit. However, we know that a large number of council buildings are leased by organisations that are not-for-profit or that deliver incredibly important community value. And these are the organisations that really are at the heart of what makes our communities thrive. They're doing the heavy lifting of building community connection. especially those that deliver on the values in our community strategic plan. And so the policies need to ensure that it's recognising the organisations that are strategically aligned with council and support them through appropriate rental subsidies, which I believe has been achieved with the rental subsidy matrix. So I just have 2 questions on that through you, Mr. Mayor. So I believe in the previous policy, not-for-profits were not required to pay land rates, water access and sewage charges. So through you, Mr. Mayor, can the General Manager describe how that will work for not-for-profits under the new policy?
General Manager.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll go to our Manager, Business and Property, Ms. Parks. Thank you.
Thank you, through the General Manager. The proposal for the land tax and water utilities and stuff, the community would be paying a proportion in alignment with the subsidy matrix for the usage of stuff, so like electricity, water and stuff, not land tax and like statutory obligations like that.
Thank you. Another question?
Yep, one further question, if I may. So there are examples where community groups have contributed a great deal of volunteer effort and fundraising money to improve council's assets through upgrades and renovations over time, which is a cost saving to council in maintenance and renewals. How does this policy acknowledge community tenants who undertake upgrades or improvements at their own cost that enhance the overall condition of the asset?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Jones, would you like to take that question? Thank you.
So thank you for the question. It's an important one. Councillor Foley, the policy allows for council to grant a flexibility in lease terms or enhanced subsidy by resolution. So the assessment matrix is a guide on which officers will make a recommendation, and where there's a dispute or where there's an opportunity for something that sits outside of that, it'll come to council for determination. So, but top line, I suppose, in response is they can be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. At this point in time, we're not recommending we build that into the policy.
Okay. Anything further? Okay. Who else like to speak to this? Okay. With that, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. 9.25, Locksmith tender evaluation. Can I get a mover for this? Councillor Moylan. And a seconder? Councillor Russell. Councillor Moylan.
I just want to say that I'm thrilled that Council is working with a local supplier in Key Bay Proprietary Limited, trading as Camden Valley and Highlands Locksmiths, and I'm glad that they've been able to get onto this contract and get some volume certainty, and I look forward to even more local suppliers being involved with the procurement team and council.
Thank you. And I'd like to speak to this. Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously, which brings us right up to our question with notice. This is not a motion, but if there's any questions around this, raise them now. Councillor Moylan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions. Regarding Tuggalong Road, I note that we've received 40 tonnes of gravel to respond to residents' complaints in the last 2 weeks from when this report was written. Given the unsealed road grading isn't scheduled for another 18 months, I'm assuming that this routine is going to be uneconomical to continue with ad hoc gravel patching for the next 12 months. Is this a fair comment?
General Manager.
Mr. McAllister.
Thank you, General Manager. Given I've got the luxury of the Manager Shire presentation in the room and he's patiently sat very quietly up the back for the last couple of hours, I would first like to defer it across to Manager Shire presentation.
Bring him in.
Thank you, Clint, and through you, General Manager. In the case of Tugalong Road, the gravel patching was undertaken at the behest of the residents on that road. The road had been assessed by council engineers, including the coordinator of infrastructure maintenance. In general, most of the responses or requests we received from residents indicate that the road is in poor and dangerous condition. The reality is we view 1,200 kilometres of roads within the Shire, and our assessment often differs from that of the resident. While we acknowledge that some of the roads, a lot of the roads, aren't in fantastic condition, they, for the most part, are not at the point of immediate attention. So in the case of the gravel patching, it is uneconomical. It is short-term fix to long-term issues. So I wouldn't recommend that we continue down that path in the long term.
Thank you. Anything further?
Yes, I have a few follow-up questions, Mr. Mayor. This is quite a serious issue for the Canyonlea residents. As the officer just stated, there is a disparity in opinion on the quality of the roads. It is so serious that I have had multiple scores of residents email me, and there's a lot of genuine upset and fear. And also loss of funding in their tyres. My question is, how can we get this road, Tugalong Road, into the regrading and resheeting and heavy patching program?
That would have to be an amendment to a budget. Is that correct, General Manager?
Mr McAllister, are you able to comment on our roads program and what it would mean if Tugalong Road was added to that program and what may have to come out to accommodate it?
If we're looking at road maintenance, not looking at the capital program and replacing it, we have an ongoing rolling schedule across the Shire. As the Manager of Shire presentation just spoke about a moment ago, they look across 1,200 kilometres of road across the Shire. Of that, the best part of 300 or 350 kilometres is ungraded. So they are continually responding to customer queries, customer complaints, and actually assessing the condition on the road. So although we have a rolling schedule to actually grade the roads, which is periodically, that is circumvented by the professional opinion of those officers when they actually go and do an assessment on the road. And when it gets to the point where it requires intervention, at times it is, like the Manager of Shire presentation alluded to, we go in and do gravel patching, which is a short-term fix to alleviate the concerns until we can actually get there. When the roads get to a point where they require greater intervention, and there are many of those roads across the Shire, that is when they become prioritised to move up the schedule. I also need to caution that we have a program, and the program is done on a rolling basis for efficiency reasons. It is quite time-consuming and quite expensive to actually pick up a grading crew or a maintenance crew and move them from one end of the Shire to another. So the theory behind that rolling schedule is when you're in an area, you move from one road to the next road to the next road, and you move across the Shire. In addition to that, we have 2 grading crews are effectively working, if you think of each end of the Shire, so they're actually moving around and will cover over one themselves over time.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the appropriate officer, is there any opportunity, given Canyonlea Road is already in the regrading program, for Tugalong Road to be tacked on to the Canyonlea Road in terms of logistics?
General Manager.
That is a very operational question, Councillor, and I'll defer to Mr Mills, I think, Manager Shire presentation.
Thank you for the question. In all of our unsealed roads are part of the program. So it's not a case of only the unsealed section of Canyonlea Road would be done. And as the Director indicated before, The reason that we try to the best of our ability to stick to our schedule is for the purposes of making sure that we're getting the best bang for buck. As an estimate, to pick up a grading team and move them from one location to another is about $6,000, as opposed to moving from road to road to road, which is just an operational matter. So yes, Tuggalong Road is certainly part of that program. Indications have been given to the residents that we're about 18 months away. But the other thing that I'll add on to that is that we do have some DRFA funding for certain parts within the Canyon Lee area, being Nandy Road, the unsealed section of Canyon Lee Road, and also, sorry, we haven't got anything there for Tuggalong Road. So we may, at the time when we engage the contractors to undertake that DRFA funding works, we may then choose to extend on those works, which can expedite our program. But that's an assessment done at the time based on available resourcing.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Do we have a time estimate, and this can be taken on notice, when the 50,000 DFRA funding will be available for Nandy Road?
General Manager.
Through you, Mr Mayor, has the program been set, Mr Mills?
So the funding has been approved by Transport for New South Wales, and we're just going through the procurement processes now, at which stage we'll start to engage contractors. At this time, I can't give an exact time for Nandy Road in particular, but it will form part of a greater package to be delivered. Again, economies of scale. We'll look to engage contractors to do packages as opposed to individual sections.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And on to Canyon Lee Road, the unsealed section, the 340,000 gravel resheeting. Do we have any indication of when that is scheduled for this year? And I note that, as per the report, grading may be at the same time as the resheeting.
Mr Mills?
So our capital program and the resheeting program will be investigated. The conversations are being had now as to prioritisation and that sort of thing. So it'll be within the new financial year, and probably I would estimate at this stage in the first half of the financial year.
Nearly there, Mr Mayor. With Canyon Lee, the sealed road, the 164,000 in the DFRA for heavy patching, do we have an indication on when that will be available? And also the 430,000 for the heavy patching already in the 4-year plan. Do you know when Canyon Lee Road will be scheduled for that? So the 164 for the heavy patching and the 430 for the heavy patching for Canyon Lee Road.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Moylan, the team, so we've had the GFRA funding recently approved. I believe we might be coming up to our 17th NDD, Natural Disaster Declaration, it appears. Once the team have actually looked at the funding, worked out how they're going to package up the work, and also the procurement method, depends on the cost, the value of the work, if it's tender or if it's quote. We can bring back a short information report and also communicate with the community as well. So I think Mr Mills has got a bit of work to do before he can actually give you a definite time frame.
Thank you.
That would be very much appreciated by the residents. I know if they know that something's in the works. Lastly, should new risk factors emerge, I noticed the comment was that priorities will be reassessed. What's the definition of a risk factor?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We encourage residents to report if there is damage to roads, whether it's graded or sealed, and if there are issues, to report them through either online, the website, or through customer service. They get logged into the customer request management system, and that's the best way for us then to manage the work. Depending on how that request comes through, a team may go out and inspect this, physically go out and inspect the site. We may have a crew already out there, but I would suggest that's the best way, and then the engineers and Shire presentation teams will assess it.
Thank you. General Manager.
Mr Mayor, my question was more around, thank you for the answer, General Manager, but my question was more around new risk factors emerging in the overall assessment of roads. What would new risk factors, and perhaps this is a question on notice.
Yep, thank you, Mr Mayor, and noting we've got 3 minutes. It could be that there's, with a severe weather event, we've had flooding, there might be scouring. It could be that a head wall's gone. It could be a slip, a slide, if it's on a incline. So as events occur or as the environment changes, then that can bring around different risks. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Mr McAllister?
You have 2 minutes.
No, you covered that well.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll close the meeting at 7:58.